other brother gave another example when I think he meant when Dina was great, her brothers went into, hold on. Dina was great by another, not a heathen tribe, an Israelite tribe. And her brothers went into that tribe and slaughtered damn near all of them. So that's a story to where that's how you know grape ain't is not permitted. If grape was permitted, Dina brothers would have just let that go. Okay, but because these is two Israelite tribes going to war. Listen, Israel went to war with each other loads of different times. Tribes went to war with tribes a lot. See, so the thing is, we're not just gonna sit back and act like, oh yeah, it is grape is so permitted in the Bible, because like I said, if it was permitted, Dina's brothers would have never took revenge for her getting raped by going in there and slaughtering some of their own Israelite brothers just from a different tribe. So it is absolutely not permitted in the Bible.
Now I gotta ask you real quick before somebody else about to say something. I know you want to talk US because it is your turn, but I just want to ask.
Go ahead, brothers. I'll mute out though. Go ahead to the other.
Well, I got one. I just got this one more question, Omar. Did God tell Dina's brothers to go do that, or did they do that for their own personal tribe within Israel?
I believe no. The Most High didn't have to tell them to do that because there's a law against grape. So that neighboring Israelite tribe broke a law. So that was their punishment.
Well, was it punishment or they snuck them, didn't they? They snuck them, didn't they? They circumcised them, and then was that
Yeah, they slid they cheese out their cracker because they was outnumbered, bro. Yeah. I think we gotta be more. Yeah, we gotta be more sensitive to. Oh, my bad. Salakia, brother. My bad.
And
go ahead. I answered the question. I go ahead and mute out those so the other brothers can get get their even time.
Yep, thank you, Omar. That's your US.
And I'll try to keep it brief. And I'm noticing there's a lot of mental gymnastics from the Hebrew Israelites on the panel, because even if you argue in one part of the Bible, what you call the Most High condemns sexual assault, we've been discussing a particular verse. I think that was Deuteronomy 28 that condones sexual assault. So the point is, and I'm asking
21.
Exactly, Deuteronomy 21. So the point I'm making is, and I'm glad you corrected me because I'm not invested in this foreign folklore. So the question is, instead of saying, listen, this is wrong, we must condemn this book, we must rebuke this book, we must put this book down, why is it so hard for you all to actually put the book down? Why are you all instead choosing to practice a culture that really doesn't even belong to you? Really, you're not wrong for putting this book down. You don't owe it any allegiance. Don't you realize that?
I just want to speak to what you're saying, if I may. We keep saying that it's advocating for the escape of these women when it's totally not. If we read in context what it's actually saying, you actually are giving the woman an option to deal with you, because it says you got to give her a week, right? Before you can even go into her and make her your wife.
Was she not
now, what? Hold on. Wait, brother. Wait.
It's a month.
So when you take her, a month. When you take her home with you for a month, you're gonna notice either she wants to be there or she does not. The text is telling you, if you see that she's not willing to cooperate with you, then you must let her go.
I'm asking,
you gotta let her go.
Is she not a captive?
Is she? Yeah. In this war, yeah, she's a captive.
So that means she's being held without her will, correct?
Okay, yes, but brother, the text is telling you the text that.
Back to what I asked you, brother. Back to what I asked you.
Can I answer that? Are you gonna allow me to answer the question respectfully?
Yeah, definitely. You might have forgot the question. Let me re-articulate it.
I didn't forget the question. I'm dealing with what you asked.
I'll meet up. What was my
You
question? I'll
asked
mute
me
up. Go ahead.
why do we think it's okay to take these women against their will, right? And hold them and do as we please. To sum it up,
No, my question
That
was
wasn't his
you
question.
might have
That
forgot the
wasn't it.
question. Yeah, yeah. The question was, instead of acknowledging that this is wrong and abandoning the Bible, why do you feel the need to practice the mental gymnastics of attempting to defend the indefensible?
I'm not defending anything, but to answer your question, I've already I've already made it a clear point that I don't support skate, but in the text it's not saying to escape anybody. Now, unless you have been a war leader, meaning you've commanded people to go to war and have to deal with these types of things, this is something we wouldn't do in 2026 as regular Hebrews. Number
And I
one.
heard
Number
your
two,
response. I heard your
say
response.
what?
Watch how brief my response is. What woman in her rational mind will want to marry the same man that literally killed her family members and kidnapped her? Let's talk about it.
Okay, can I
I
respond to that?
mean,
No, let him answer. Let him answer. Let him answer. Go ahead.
I've already made that statement as well that most women would not want to do that.
Okay, so
But
we
in
agree that this
these
is
days
wrong,
into
correct?
hold on, wait. You let me finish, brother. Like you so horny to talk that you ain't trying
Pause,
to hear what I'm
brother.
saying. You're only interested in what you have to
I'm
say and
asking,
not
can
what
we
I'm
agree
saying.
it was wrong, brother?
I've already agreed that I don't
Okay, so
like the
why are you attempting
sentiment.
to defend it, brother?
I'm not attempting to defend anything. I'm only
Okay,
showing you
so
that
the
what you're
Bible
saying,
is wrong, correct?
brother, this is not how conversation goes.
Brother,
You
you
don't
admit the
get to
Bible
ask
is
me a
wrong?
question, brother.
Yeah,
You don't
let
get
him
to
answer the
ask me a
question.
question
Let him
and
answer the
then
question.
All right,
overtalk me
watch me
while I'm
filibuster and try
answering.
to run away from what I'm
It's
saying. Go
not a
ahead, brother.
filibuster. What I'm saying is what
Go
you're
ahead.
inserting the text is saying is absolutely wrong, but the text don't say that. Simple.
What does the text say?
It says that you have to take this woman to your house for a month. And within that month, if she shows these signs that it's not going to work out, then you got to let her go.
Exactly. And who's the woman? She's a
The
captive, right?
captive. Yeah, yes,
Her
brother.
family was killed by you and your army, right?
Yeah,
Right? Okay, so
yeah.
back to the focal point. Let's not run away from each other. The point is
How am
this:
I running
you
away?
agreed, brother. You agreed that the average woman in her rational mind is not trying to marry a man that killed her family and kidnapped her, correct?
Yeah, yeah, in
Okay, so
2026.
you
But in
agree
those
that it's
times,
wrong, right?
in those times, women thought
Exactly.
differently because of what they were allowed
Oh,
and were not
so
allowed to
just so
do.
I'm clear.
This
So
is
in those times, just so I'm clear, brother.
yeah,
So in those
yeah,
times, you're saying that a woman actually would want to marry a man that killed her family and kidnapped her.
yes. In cases we have seen that. Yes,
Mute
in
up, brother.
history
Just
we've
mute up.
seen
Mute
that.
up, brother. Mute up.
In
Mute up,
history
brother.
we've seen that.
Mute up, brother. You're
That's a
talking about
fact.
Stockholm syndrome. You're referring to
That's a
Stockholm
fact.
syndrome.
That's a fact. We're not
That's a
talking about
mental
Stockholm.
illness. Yeah, that's a
Stockholm
mental
syndrome is
illness,
a
brother.
modern term, brother. They just
Is
came
that
up
and
with
it
that in the
refers to
21st century. What are
is
you
that
talking about?
it refers to what we're talking about right now. A
It
woman
refers to
who,
what we're talking
due
about,
to
but it doesn't
trauma,
change the stop it. It
exactly,
does not
brother.
change the sentiment of what was going on at those
That's
times.
my point, brother.
You can't take a 21st century argument and take it back
Brother,
then and
we're
apply it
talking
to
about
those
back
people.
then, which is, brother. What
We
you're
can't be
saying
talking
is
about back then saying Stockholm
that,
syndrome,
brother,
brother.
brother. Don't interrupt me,
What are you
brother.
talking about?
I'm trying to tell you what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is, you admit that due to trauma, there are some women that may want to marry their victimizers, correct? Right?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No,
I'm saying that the
brother. If a
culture
man
that was
killed her
going
family
stop,
and she
brother.
wants to
You
marry
asked me
them,
a question,
is he
brother.
not the victimizer?
Brother, the
I'm asking.
victimizer,
If a
yes.
man killed her family and kidnapped her,
Yes.
okay.
But
So let's not
here
run
is
in
the thing.
circles.
So
So
here
let's
is the
not run in
thing. What about
circles.
hold on? What about when she
That's a
witnessed her
whataboutism. That's
no,
a
it's
whataboutism.
not a what about
Let's stay
ism. You gotta allow
focused.
me. Brother, I'm focused as I
But
can
you
be
cut me
sharp
in the
as a
middle of my
razor with it.
sentence.
I
You cut
didn't
me in the
cut
middle of my
anything.
sentence.
You asked me another question
You
and now
cut
I'm
me in the
answering it,
middle of
but
my
you don't want to let
sentence.
me. I'll just stop talking to you, brother, because you don't have
Exactly.
no
Give me 10
decorum.
seconds. I pass the
You
mic.
don't
Give me
have a
10 seconds. Give me
brother,
10
but you
seconds
just
now.
asked a question. Do you want me to
And you
answer the
answered.
question you just
You
asked or
answered
no?
it.
No, I
You
did
answered
not.
it.
You was talking the whole time.
All right. You take
All
20
right, let him
seconds. I'll
answer.
go next.
Restate the question and then let him answer the question, so we can everybody be
He
on track.
already answered it. He already agreed
I
that
didn't.
But he had a butt to it though. He had a butt.
All right, well,
Right.
let him make his point. Give him 20
Right.
seconds. I go
Okay,
next.
so you did. Okay, gotcha.
My only, and I'll make it short and sweet. The only thing that I'm saying is, in those times, they were rectified differently in how people would actually take on these type of problems. For an example, her nation takes captives and takes women. She saw these things, so she understood that these were the processes in which war, and when war is waged against you, this is how it goes. Bottom line.
All right, do I have the floor? It'll be brief. And this shows you really the degeneracy that exists in the modern Hebrew Israelite. Because instead of just admitting, yes, it's wrong for a man to kidnap a woman and force that woman to marry him after killing her whole family, he wants to play mental gymnastics and say, well, some women wanted it. Yes, that's Stockholm
You're
syndrome,
lying.
which is a result of Trump. You see, I did not interrupt you. You want to take 20 more seconds, brother? You want to go again? Because I'm not afraid of anything you had to say. The point is,
Finish your point and I'll go
yeah,
after you.
so stop interrupting me, brother. You're squirming right now. The point is this. The modern Hebrew Israelite is a degenerate because instead of admitting that their Bible that they choose to follow is promoting sexual assault, something I don't even want to say out loud. Instead of just condemning the book and rebuking the book, they're trying to play mental gymnastics and rationalize the irrational. So the point is, to all my U.S. freedmen listening, you don't owe that Bible no allegiance. That's not your culture. You have no genetic evidence that you're a Hebrew anyway. Put that Bible down, pick up your family tree, and I relinquish the floor.
Yo, Pitbull, you mind if I address that right quick, brother?
No problem. No problem.
Yeah,
See,
he's cooked. So you gotta jump in. He's cooked. Go ahead.
no,
5 seconds after you.
This is what's funny. U.S. Freedman just cut you off 30 times, but then he wanted the floor uninterrupted. You see, so U.S. Freedman, you're a hypocrite. That's one. Number two, Freedman, you are not the voice of the average woman 2,000 years ago. You think you are, but nigga, no, you are absolutely not. And this is why. Listen. Let me tell you something, U.S. Freedman. Nigga, you have no idea in your minuscule mind what a woman 2,000 years ago, what she wanted and what she didn't want. Nigga, you are not the voice. So stop sitting up here using some modern mind frame to insert what a woman would want and what she didn't want 2,000 years ago. You can't set the precedent of the ancient culture at that time, even if somebody did go up in a village and they went to war and her nation lost the war, and now you don't know. So quit inserting your minuscule mind like you are the voice of the average woman 2,000 years ago. You have no understanding, and I land with that. See how easy that was? You have no
5 seconds.
understanding.
It'll be brief.
5
Can I respond
seconds.
to Omar?
5 seconds. I
Go
gave
ahead,
him
bro.
the
Go
10
ahead.
seconds. I just want
It's
5.
all right. Go ahead.
And again, neither one of these brothers on this panel from the Hebrew culture are actually saying in 2026 that that's okay. Number one, I thought we made that clear. Number two, the fact of the matter is what Omar just said. I mean, who that was just speaking? Oh, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
brother.
was
I'm
Omar.
trying to. Yeah, I'm trying to respond to him. So you
hold
make your point. Make your point. Go
on,
ahead.
brother. I just wanted to make sure I was speaking for who just spoke, so I didn't misspeak. But what he just said was very accurate to the times of what was going on across many cultures. But the fact that you're trying to perpetuate that we say it's okay when we know that this was a tactic that was used at that time is preposterous. And I'll just land there. You're out of control for that.
Yes, and watch how brief my response is. Omar or Pitbull or the third brother that was just speaking, the three amigos. Would any one of you want your daughter to marry the man that killed you and your whole family and kidnapped her? Checkmate.
What part of it's
Checkmate.
2026? What
Yes or
part of
no?
it's
I'm asking.
2020?
I'm asking a
Stop,
question.
brother. Stop.
Don't run from the question. Would
If
you?
I'm not answering the question, I'm not running from the question.
So pass
It's
the mic. Pass the
2026,
mic.
brother.
So
Why would
pass the
we?
mic,
Why
then,
would
brother.
we?
What
brother.
would
Don't
y'all
talk.
want
Didn't you
y'all
just
daughter to
say?
marry the man to kill
Didn't
your
you
whole
just
family?
say don't cut you off, brother? You asked the question
Pass
twice.
the
Can you
mic,
allow a
brother.
response?
I asked the
Can you
question.
allow
You're
a
not
response?
answering it. Pass the mic.
Brother, I
You're not
can't
answering the
respond if you
question. So
talking,
pass the
brother.
mic.
You're talking. Why are you talking, brother?
You said you're not
Now
answering the
you.
question.
I never said I
You
wasn't
said you're not
answering
answering the
nothing.
question. So pass the
I
mic.
never said that. I
You
never said
literally
that.
just did. But go ahead. Try to
Are you,
answer.
can you go on mute, brother? Can you go on mute? What I'm saying is you're asking preposterous questions because that's never going to happen in 2026. But the fact of the matter is, no, I have 8 daughters, and we ain't doing that. So no,
Checkmate. All right. So pass the mic. Omar
I'm gonna
or
chime
the
in.
third amigo that was speaking. The third amigo. Would
Hey,
any
can I
one of
chime
you,
in after that?
brother? How you gonna chime in the middle of the goddamn question? Goddamn, please.
Go
To the
ahead,
other
man.
two
Go ahead.
brothers. Yeah,
Yo,
respectfully.
Freeman,
To the other two Hebrews.
yo,
Would y'all want?
what are you
Y'all scared of
accusing?
the question?
What you're accusing people of doing, you've been doing since you came
All
on the
right.
panel.
But back to the question though that you're trying to
You've
run
been
from.
doing you've been doing the same thing that you accusing us of doing. We get to respond, and then you see the thing is you asking questions that you don't even want to answer for. And how I know that is because as soon as a brother get the responding, you cut them off right away. You've been doing that since you came
yep,
up on the panel. I just wanted to
yep.
say that you have no
I was
understanding,
muted
no
that whole
patience
time. So
either.
back to the question that y'all trying to run from. Would you, Omar, since you're so talkative, or the third amigo, would y'all want y'all daughter to marry the man that killed you, killed your whole family, and kidnapped her?
That's the asinine question. You know the answer to that. I
Checkmate.
don't even know why
Okay,
you're
so
asking such an
we can
idiotic
admit the
question like
Bible
that.
is wrong, correct? Checkmate.
Listen,
We admit the
let
Bible is wrong, correct?
no. That was a check. No. That's not checkmate. That's check.
Yeah, and that's
That's
what's
Checkmate.
check. I
We
crazy.
have a
admit the
way out.
Bible is
King.
I
wrong,
know about
correct?
They say
chess.
that
I
they
know
really
Wait,
want
about
it
hold
to
on,
chess.
happen
hold on.
today, but
No,
they won't
that's
say
not a
that about
checkmate. That's a
that's
check.
them.
We got a
So
way out.
so
Let's
so
hear
let me
let's
ask
hear
you
his
this,
check. Let's hear his how to check. Get out of check.
Freedman. That's
Oh,
not a
that's
checkmate.
checkmate.
That's a
Yeah,
check.
go ahead.
That's a
All right,
check.
go ahead.
That's a check.
Go
And
ahead.
this is why this is a check. Let me ask you this: If you was a soldier, if you was a soldier 2,000 years ago, and somebody came in your village, unalived, and raped your sons and your daughters, and you had a chance for retribution, would you not go in there and seek retribution for that atrocity? Or would you just
Bro,
stand behind and just let that happen?
before you go, Freeman,
Definitely.
let me say this, Freeman.
I'm
It's not
definitely getting the
retribution
book.
when you
Now
taking
that's
your shit
checkmate.
out on random
Checkmate.
people who have
Checkmate.
nothing to
How's
do with
that
it.
Checkmate.
check?
Checkmate.
It's not
How's that checkmate?
I
You
retribution,
can
tell
say
me.
that
bro.
too.
No, I'm asking how's that
That's
checkmate
two, you,
for the listeners.
that's two wrongs trying to make a right. That's not retribution.
Checkmate.
Retribution has
How's
to
that
be against
checkmate,
the
brother?
actual
Man,
person
don't
who
jump
wronged
in
you.
and help him. A1. Why you doing that? Why you doing that,
Well,
A1?
you
Come
just,
on.
it's still the same conversation we started with. And
A1.
you keep
A1.
calling it
A1.
retribution.
Relax.
Nah.
Relax. Enjoy your breakfast. Enjoy your breakfast. I hope you got some fresh squeezed OJ too. Did you get your OJ, brother?
And he talking about that's not retribution, like he gonna lay down if
Thank
somebody
you.
did that to him. He gonna go over there and
Yeah.
handle business. Stop playing.
So
All
y'all
right,
think
A1.
spinning the block and killing innocent people is the right thing
Nobody.
to do?
Hey, man, let me chime in on that
No,
real quick.
Man, come on, brother.
Go
Oh my
ahead, Vic.
God.
Vic
I'm
ain't
gonna go ahead and mute out
Vic.
so Vic, because I noticed
Yeah, Vic ain't said
Vic
nothing in a
and
minute. Let's
and
let Vic.
Vic and the Sayer cartel really haven't spoke. So I'm gonna mute out for a little bit so those brothers can get a chance.
That's season. Oh my. But yeah, go ahead, Vic. I was waiting for you
Yeah,
to say something too. You've been trying to speak for a minute.
yeah, man. I think, like I said, man, I think oftentimes we get you know what I'm saying, a little mixed up in little translation and stuff like that. Like I was saying before, and like people got to put it in perspective, the conversation in perspective, man. At that in that time, you know, that's correlating with that same verse in Deuteronomy about the cat tips and the taking the women. It correlates with the story of Jericho, man. You know, when the Israelites came in and destroyed the whole city of Jericho. And the reason why I'm trying to bring this back up because, like I said, I don't hear people, talking about it, how the practices, saying Jericho was doing, man. Jericho was doing child sacrifices. They was doing, you know what I'm saying, a lot of immorality. Of course, they were dealing with idolatry because that's what they did. They like to play with different gods. And it was like violence and murder. Like that's their culture. They always do that. And you can correlate that with today if you want to, how different cities in each where y'all stay at, how wicked the people are becoming, But in that era, it was more of like a times 10,000. Like the people, just imagine you're in a city and everybody is practicing child sacrificing and immorality and just killing people and getting away with it. Like we seen last month when what I'm saying, the Shell gas station owner, the child shot the boy in the back. You know what I'm saying? That's a form of immorality. And in that city, Jericho, they was practicing immorality. They didn't care. It was every man for himself. So when the Bible is expressing, hey, this is what's going on in this time frame, you have to put it in perspective. Is these people were doing some wicked and abominable shit, man. Ain't nowhere else to put it. And so to come along and say, oh, the God of the Bible is evil and manipulated is disingenuous, because you should know yourself as a study and a scholar of history that these people was, you know what I'm saying, out of their minds. That's all I wanted to say.
Can I respond to that? My response to that is there are a lot of cities out of control today. Chicago, where Omar is from, is one of the worst ones. Imagine God killing the whole city of Chicago, the suburbs, the inner city, and everything, because they decide they want to go on shooting sprees every day and kill each other and kill women and do what he calls it righteous retribution, when you go and attack somebody who had nothing to do with the problem. It's the same thing they're doing in Chicago. Somebody does something to one person, they'll go and kill your sister, and let you live, and that's supposed to be retribution. It's not. And imagine God killing the whole Chicago. If the Hebrew God was real and he came and killed the whole Chicago, I would acknowledge God is real, but I would then become his op, because he's evil and he's a sociopath and he needs to be stopped. There is no now. You wouldn't justify it today if it happened. Maybe you would, but you're definitely trying to justify it then, and there's no justification. You keep trying to say that it was a different time back then, everybody was doing it. We're not talking about what the people wrote down. No, this is God's law. Why didn't he come abolish it and say stop doing it? Why did he give a law to give them to teach them how to do it better? And this is what you guys aren't acknowledging.
So
you aren't acknowledging that he had a chance to abolish raping your captives, and he chose not to. Let's just focus on why he chose not to and how that makes him an immoral being if he is real. Granted, I think it's a whole story. Luckily, I think this is all fake though. So like I'm not even tripping. Like I know this stuff is made up. It has to be.
I got one more statement for everybody to start talking, bro. Please.
Go ahead. I was responding to him. Yep, I was responding to Vicar.
Now, it's not, this right here is not a response with, you know what I'm saying? Because I understand the point of view he's coming from also, but this is a backstory from Alabama. I might reference that a lot because I'm from Alabama, but I can remember this time I was growing up in Alabama. I'm gonna make this quick. I was growing up in Alabama and I went to this certain project. And while I was at this project, I kid you not, I might have been 16, maybe 15. But I went to this project, and we all know how big a project can be, you know what I'm saying? Multiple, housing. And it's like you know what I'm saying, I ain't gonna say the lowest or the bottom of the barrel, but you see some of the grimy and stuff out there. But anyway, I went to this project, and I ain't gonna name no names just in case some of them listening or whatever. But I went to this project and with another homie, and when we rode into this project, he stopped at somebody's house. And I kid you not, it was the most craziest thing I ever experienced in my life. And to this day, when I was there, it was like this feeling of like a thickness in the air, and just I can't even explain to you what I saw, but I can just tell you. So when I was at this project, everybody in this project was having an orgy outside. Now you talking about multiple housing, mattress on the ground. Everywhere you look, I got out the vehicle and I just looked. And for all sides that I could see, everybody in that project was having the orgy, bro. I kid you not. And so we all know something's wrong with a picture like that. You see what I'm saying? If something's wrong with that. And it's like if you choose to engage with that, you know for yourself, because you have a soul, that you corrupting yourself. You know for yourself that this shouldn't be, you know what I'm saying, this shouldn't be done. And to speak on the whole fact, why would God destroy a city or a whole apartment complex? That's why, because we as men and women, because it ain't just men, it's women too, we have the tendencies to fall into some wicked behavior. And when we fall into that wicked behavior, we got a tendency to do some wicked shit. And nobody can deny to this day, even in today's time, that a lot of people be doing some wicked shit. So you can't blame a righteous God if he choose to say, hey, let me throw a tornado over there real quick and wipe out this whole little community. You can't blame for that, because if everybody in this community is engaging in this wickedness, how you gonna blame you know, FBI or ATF for coming in your development, or you know what I'm saying, your safe house and locking everybody up? Because, you know what I'm saying, not to say the white man is right or whatever, how you may want to spin it, but it still has to be a law to be followed. That's a spiritual law, and that's a, you know what I'm saying, that's a natural law. And I digress.
Yeah. Can I speak on that? What A1 was just saying about Chicago and different places and what they're doing, and how the Most High should judge these things and change the rules on his own. But I think he forgets to understand, or maybe he may not know this, that all these done in this fleshly body that we're trapped in, because we all understand that this body that we're in yields a ruach, or a spirit, that is going to be judged outside of this realm according to the text. So of course he's setting these blocks before you to gauge your morality. What type of person are you when nobody's looking, right? All of these things are trial, right? We're being tried right now as we speak based on our actions. And at a certain point in time, all of these things must be accounted for. Go ahead, though. I see your hand.
I got my hand raised. I wanted to respond to that specifically. I wanted to respond to who went before you. I think it was Vickers responding to me.
Yeah.
I know that there are people who are doing what you consider immoral. I have to put that because you're getting these rules from the Bible, which I don't abide by. But let's say that whatever, how he chose, I don't understand why God has to test. Why is God testing us when he's all knowing?
Because you are your own individual being, right?
So he knows. He doesn't know.
Hold on. Wait. It's not about him knowing what you're gonna do. Now, what is mythological in the saying that you're saying is he controls what you are because he knows what you are. No, you have choice. He said, choose ye this day life or death. So we have to choose wisely in the decisions that we make. And I think that's what's being forgotten. Everybody has an opportunity to be the best version of themselves every day. Do we waver from that from time to time by case to case? And then you have these some people that never develops a moral complexity through love for people, and they don't mind hurting others. So all of these things are going to be checked and balanced when it's time for your spirit, that inner man, to be rectified or to be reconciled with. And I think this is the most important part of what we're dealing with here, because we seem to think that this flesh that we live in is the end all be all. But we're fighting to get back to a place that is before we came here as a people.
I'm gonna leave that alone. That point was kind of non sequitur. It's non sequitur off the topic, but I did want to ask. You had a decent answer, but I don't want to push back on that. I kind of want to stick to morality, God allowing these things to happen, God mandating these things to happen, which shows that God doesn't have any morals.
Well,
and that's
again,
the whole thing. And what Vicar was just saying, he said he went to a projects and everybody was having sex. I'm sure there was one 80-year-old lady in one of them buildings that wasn't outside. But God blew up the whole project. Where God blew up the whole project and killed the 80-year-old lady. And that's the problem that I have with this. You guys just take it at face value that, oh, everybody was evil. Oh, so it's okay.
Can I speak to that?
No, everybody there ain't evil. Like it's never that. It's never an absolute for anywhere at all times. And like just the fact that you guys hold on, the fact that that assumption is made without ever being verified, tested, or proved lets me know that this is a case of confirmation bias. Nobody's even asking questions. You're just ate it hook, line, and sinker and say, oh, okay, that sounds right. God is just. Let's move on. Nobody ever examined this or questioned this. And
I do all the time. Can I just speak to that real quick? Because here's what A1 is missing about the text. In the Hebrew text, silence is violence. And it promotes people to, if they see something, say something, right? And in today's culture, we live under a complexity morally where snitching is absolutely out of the question. Like if you snitch, you're a problem. But we know for a fact that snitching would probably stop a lot of the crimes that are going on. It's a lot of people that will pull their phone out and record the event taking place versus trying to intervene in any way that could stop it. So we're dealing with a culture that promotes, right, the authenticity of the crime by not trying to stop it with every force yielded in their body. And that actually leads to a guilty conscience. I could have done something to prevent this. I could have said something sooner to prevent this, but I didn't. And this is how the Most High looks at it. If I have the breath in my body to watch these things take place and not say nothing, I'm just as guilty, according to the text.
But you guys don't think you're just as guilty for not using the breath in your body to condemn God. Whatever, I guess. But you're trying to explain why 80-year-old lady ain't outside. But no, Pitbull, you're trying to explain why 80-year-old lady ain't outside fighting the whole project and trying to stop it.
No, she could have called 911 and said, hey, they out here fucking out. I mean, they out here screwing all over the place and I can't get out my front door. I'm not saying she was wrong in any way like that. No. But I'm looking at the sentiment of the people in the society that we live in. Most people going to turn a blind eye to the shooting that's going on up the street. Most people, they're going to say that ain't none of my business. That ain't got nothing to do with me. They don't want to be involved with the community that we're in on that magnitude. Right. That's what I'm saying.
The 80-year-old lady was in the house scared, man. And I seen all the kids on the mattress flipping and watching them.
Right. Now, and I'll make this quick too.
Because I understand that y'all keep going away from God. Why do you keep going away from God when the text is literally God's rules mandating how he wants people to take the pussy and what conditions they're allowed to take pussy? Forget what man wants to do.
Me one place.
God actually gave the orders for it. Y'all are really trying to like slither out of this, and I'm going to keep on topic. We're not talking about. Let's talk about the rules that God issued and how that shows that the Bible is morally bankrupt. At least your God. At least.
Well, that's why I made the correlation with the story of Rahab, because it's a perfect depiction.
Right. Yeah, but why he not going into the text where it tells you to love your brother and not do these things?
No. If God really loved you, I think you could have found a positive way to reach you. I don't think you had that ending your existence ain't it for me, brother, because I know that there's other options. Because I know as a father, the father to my children, like you say, God is a father to us. When my child disobeys me, is unruly, and is out here fucking stuff and doing whatever, let me finish. I can't kill her. And that's actually, we would actually look at that like that's what the Muslims be doing. They people, they tripping. But when God gives rules for it, your God gives rules for it, it's okay though. But we would look at somebody right now and say they tripping. But we can't look at God and say he tripping. That's because it's a confirmation bias. You guys are just special pleading. You're making special rules for your God that you make for nobody else. And you can't even give just cause for it, honestly.
It's not. This is the just cause for it, right? Because the Most High of the Torah gives life and he takes life. This is the part that you can't comprehend. That what is first? Let me ask you this, A1. What is regeneration according to the Torah?
I just want to say I resent the fact that you say I can't comprehend. I comprehend so well that I know that God, being all powerful, could have found a positive way to reach his creations instead of resulting to the same homicide and murder that he tells people in the 10 Commandments not to commit. But
I'm asking the question, what is regeneration according to the Torah?
I don't know. Go ahead, break it down for me, sir.
So this is the Most High having the ability to take a vessel, right? A body, take it from this world and send what was inside of that back. That's what regeneration is. So when you think about death, that's not the same applicable understanding to the Most High, because he is the life-giving force of the world. So if he says I can kill all these people and reset this thing and put people back in perspective, then he can do that. That's the difference in what we know and understand of the Most High versus what you see in the killing or the unaliving of a person. That's the difference.
I got
He's able to do these things.
The difference is he gives life, he can take life. So that means that because I gave birth to my child and gave her life, that when she disobeys me, I'm allowed to murder her? No.
You didn't give your child life, though. You didn't give your child life.
My baby mama did. The mother of my child did.
Your baby mother, she didn't do that. She didn't even do it.
Let's still move on to the fact that just because he gives life and can take life, has the ability to, that he can still find a more positive way to reach his creation. Will we agree?
According to who? According to who?
According to your own logic. Your own logic doesn't tell you that. Your own logic is telling you that that's the only way he could have handled it. He could have frozen everybody in time and said, I'll leave you like this for 100 days if you don't act right. Next time I catch y'all doing it. There could have been a bunch of stuff he did that didn't involve unaliving the... Bro, this guy has unaliving the whole planet. This guy is homicidal. He's a sociopath, bro.
A1. If was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
And it'll be a bunch more people alive, according to what you say about the text.
You honestly think that? Like,
yeah, I think he could have found a positive way to reach them and they didn't have to die. He could have flexed his power. There's a million ways to flex your power. He like, fuck it. I made these people, I made them sinners, and I'm about to wipe them out for doing what I made them to do. And I knew it was going to happen because I'm omniscient and all-knowing. I'm omniscient and all-knowing. So I knew when I made these niggas, I was going to have to kill each and every single body that I'm killing right now. These niggas are, bro.
But without the God of the, without the God
in your own text.
Listen though, take the text away and just leave people to their own discretion, and we can clearly see that a lot of people in this world are homicidal maniacs without faith, without belief, without any of that. People kill. People kill.
Most of the people who I know who are killing are Christians. Or I ain't gonna lie, they believe in the damn book.
You're out of control, man. Show me the statistical numbers.
I told my dad this, right? I'm like, Dad, I'm happy that I came into the knowledge that I've come into and how it helped me change and shape my life. I'm like, if anybody does something to me, it's gonna be a Christian or a Muslim or possibly a Hebrew. Because ain't nobody else who I know. We all living on some righteous shit. Like, if you don't wrong us, we don't have to wrong you. Nobody, like everybody I know who's coming to this knowledge has completely changed their life for the better. It's the Christians who I see who will murder you, make a song about you, then go get an award, let everybody clap for him, and then the first person they think is God. But because he's homicidal already, we've adopted it. We've adopted what we learned. We've learned this whole homicidal. I think that if there was a society that didn't have these texts taught to them from the beginning, that maybe we wouldn't be so homicidal as a society now. Because
show us a society.
Hold on. If the person who you could claim to be the most righteous person on the planet is killing people, then what is righteousness? What is morality for real? Morality is exactly what he's exhibiting. That's what I would say, one. And two, I forgot my second point. Go ahead.
Show me a societal that didn't have these constructs, though. And that's the point to what I'm saying from the foundation of when I came up here. This is human nature, man. It's the food chain. People always fought over other people's shit, trying to take it and conquer it and all this shit. It's always been that. You see what I'm saying? Now the morality comes in when we see the people able to dispensationalize through sensationalism and lead the antics to the side, right? But that's very rare and unique because we don't see it a lot. But what I can say is the perpetuation of the understanding in which you're giving is a one-sided argument because you're saying that atheists are not out here killing people. Are you saying that Satanists are not out here killing people at a high number? They absolutely are. So when you say most of the people are Christians,
even though I'm not a Satanist, I know the numbers. I actually did a presentation and I brought the statistics of homicide by religion, and I brought the statistics of serial killers by religion. Most of the serial killers, the majority of the serial killers, over 90% are religious zealots. People who come online and do what you guys are doing right now and make justifications for the evils of the Bible.
You out of control, bro.
Like, and when I go over the rate of people committing homicides, there are atheists in there, but it's a low number. Granted, we could say that because Christians and Muslims make up the majority of the population. There's context and nuance that needs to be added to that, but that's why I don't bring that up. But if you were to bring it up, the statistics aren't in your favor. But we can also give nuance and say, well, that's because the majority of the world is religious. So I'm giving you an out at the same time. That's because I really want to be fair. I don't try to make up arguments and push arguments. That's a bunch of bullshit. I'm trying to get to some real proof. And that means that I have to admit when I'm wrong and admit when shit ain't in my favor. One thing I don't do to y'all gentlemen is try to prop up the weakest version of y'all arguments. I may make fun of them after I understand them, but I genuinely listen to understand. And then I make sure I present your strongest case. So that way, when I knock it down, nobody has to smack their lips. You know what I'm saying? You haven't presented my case as a weak case. I think Omar did, though. He was presenting the weakest version of my stuff to try to defeat it. But
I think you got a strong argument in what you're arguing about this conversation, but I think we got to contextualize a lot of what's been done with these literal texts, right? But I will say we're using an antiquatal stance in view on how they were conducting themselves collectively when it comes down to war. And that very thing has trickled over into 2026, where we see a lot of these antics still being utilized, and it's on camera in 2026. If you actually went on the dark web and you went into some of these spaces where they actually post this stuff, you see what I'm saying? And we see in the federal courts that there are some soldiers that actually have had to go to court and stand trial for committing these very acts. So that's where the moralistic complex comes into play that I would have to use and you would have to use. Let's just say if we did have an army and we were together, A1, and we did go and take our enemies down because they were really a threat to our well-being and our way of life and how we live and even our lives in general. We would have to say that, man, look, when we get into this situation, we're not about to do what they did. We would have to do that.
If God gave you rules and instructions, you would do it. No,
you can't speak for me, brother. Let me do that. Let me speak for me as a man, brother.
I apologize about that. I
got 8 daughters, bro. I got 8 daughters, brother. I don't see it that way. At worst, I would probably try to save these young girls and raise them up for my sons, but I don't see me taking them for myself. That's just not something I'm into. You see what I'm saying? But it ain't gonna be no forceful tactic, bro. Like, I don't think we understand what we dealing with from then versus now.
Real quick.
Yeah, I'm done right there, brother. Quick? Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. What is it? Pitbull 144. Yeah, much respect. This right here just to reiterate what I was talking about the little project but then everybody was out there doing the orgy. Um, the end result of that, man, that project, what I said that I saw with my own eyes, everybody out there having the orgy. Shortly after, I would say maybe a year or two later, that whole entire project was closed down. They all the grandmamas, the 80-year-old grandmamas, all the people that were still living in there, they just say that the state went in and kicked everybody out. And I want to say everybody in that project didn't have nowhere to go. They didn't have nowhere to stay. I guess somebody called the health department or whatever they did, but hundreds of people were displaced because of what they was doing in that little project. And I said that to say this because while all that was going on, this entire project orgy, you know, I don't know if they did it every night. I just happened to stumble on to that night. But that entire thing that was going on, that was like a spiritual corruption. It was immorality. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you can name it, it was going on. And the reason being why that was going on, it's like it was corrupting the minds of the little children that I saw with my own eyes flipping on the mattress, doing backflips in the hood, like you see that's portrayed on TV. Is that those same children, mine was being corrupted by just being around it and seeing that happening. You see what I'm saying? So often people don't express that side of the biblical story. They just like to jump in and say, God is a tyrant. But in all actuality, God is very patient and he uses or she uses patience with us all the time because that what makes the great spirit or the being known as God righteous because of the patience that he gives us in the time frame, which could be months, could be years, could be 10 to 20 years, or could be 42 generations. I don't know, but that would make which you all call God righteous. And for the example of that project, I seen that orgy with my own two eyes, and that how everybody was out there, freaking. And while the kids was out there, that project still stood for like 1 or 2 years before it was bulldozed, and everybody had to go. I digress.
I could beat it up, but I can't attack every single point y'all bring out. I think that people realize that was that's just a confirmation bias that you're using to confirm you're a God right now. That correlation doesn't equal causation. And I'll leave it at that. But I appreciate you sharing your personal experience and your personal testimony.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to be overly nitpickish. Anybody else want to jump in? Y'all got the floor, or y'all want me to rebuttal first to get y'all hyped up? I can rebuttal that.
I just want to ask you one question. Okay. You got.
I do want to
rebuttal that. Okay. Cool.
I don't think God is very patient. Again, he keeps killing everybody. That's not patience. That's patience. That's when patience meets its end. And all you have are examples where God shows how impatient he is. Every time God kills, murders, floods the earth, he's showing you how impatient he is. He's showing you that he doesn't have good social skills in finding a positive way to communicate with his creations, because he could always do that. There's a lot of different religions. I just know if I was forced to pick one, it would definitely not be one with the homicidal deity. So all the Abrahamic faiths are out the window. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are out the window for me. I can't worship a homicidal deity. Maybe it would be a Buddhist or something like that. There's a bunch of other stuff out there that doesn't involve a deity who's killing everybody. And I suggest people look into some of those religions. They may resonate with you a little more.
Coming off after you A1, I have been quiet.
Of course, you got the floor. Well, somebody wanted to go in before you, but yeah, let them got cut off. Oh, Pitbull, then you on. Pitbull first.
All right, no sweat.
Hey, don't be no Buddhist that he just got hit with that car, man, last month.
I'm gonna let the brother go ahead. I just reached the stop. You know, I'm out here grinding, and I'll come back after he speaks.
Okay. So, yo, I can't believe A1 said a Buddhist or something. So I want y'all to listen carefully. A1 just said, I would rather be a Buddhist. You ought to be ashamed of yourself to say that. So in order for yourself to be a Buddhist, if somebody come into your shrine or whatever and come in and kick your ass, guess what? As a Buddhist, you can't defend yourself. You got to take that ass kicking. So so what you saying, you would rather be a Buddhist, some nigga crawl through your window and threaten you and your family, you got to sit there and let that nigga just crawl through your window. You can't defend yourself. You can't. So you got to let that nigga crawl through your window, and whatever that nigga want to do to you and your family, you got to sit there and allow it. So for you to say, for even you to mention something about a Buddhist, you got to absolutely be absurd. That's number one. I can't believe you even said that. So that mean you just got to stand there and get your ass kicked. Absolutely absurd. Let's keep pushing this information forward. Here's another thing. Here's another thing. This is what A1 don't understand. See, I'm gonna read this. I'm gonna go to Romans. I'm gonna go to Romans 9. Because see that this is what A1 is having a hard time understanding. I'm gonna go to Romans 9 and 14. So even though this is mainly referring to Esau, but I can still segue this scripture into what A1 thinks. So we're gonna go to Romans 9 and 14, KJV, not that other garbage. So Romans 9 and 14. See, this is what A1 got to understand. What shall we say then? Is there unrighteousness? Is there unrighteousness with God? God forbid. 15. For he saith to Moses, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy, and I will have compassion on whom I will have compassion. 16. So then it is not of him that willeth, nor of him that runneth, but of God thou sheweth mercy. 17. For the scripture saith unto Pharaoh, even for the same purpose, I have raised thee up, that might I shew my power in thee, and that my name might be declared throughout all the earth. 18. Therefore hath he mercy on whom he will have mercy, and whom he will hardeneth. 19. Thou wilt so say unto me, why doeth he yet find fault? Because that's what A1 want to do. A1 want to find fault within the Most High. For who hath resist his will? Because A1 want to resist the will. And he want to find every little fault in what the Most High do. 20th. Nay, but, O man, who art thou the repliest against God? Because that's what A want to do. He want to reply against the Most High. Shall the thing formed, because A1 is formed, the man. So shall the thing formed say to him that formed it? So what A1 want to do, he want to question the Most High when he was formed, and now because the Most High formed him, he wanted that's basically like saying, like, when you have a kid and you tell your kid to do something, and then your kid want to shoot you, well, why? And want to question you. That ain't nothing for question. I'm your parent. You do what the hell I tell you to do. You know what I'm saying? Why hast thou made me thus? So that's another question. So, hey, why did you make me? 21. So this is what A1 got to understand. Hath not the potter power over the clay? Because all of us up here, we clay. We didn't spin the clay. Of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor and another to dishonor. What if, so 22, what if God, willing to shew his wrath and to make his power known, endure which much long suffering the vessel of wrath? So the thing is, like I said, even using the example of you have a kid and you tell your kid to do something, but your kid shooting you out. Well, why? And want to question, well, why should I do that? Why should you the parent? Listen, you don't have the right to question me, especially when you in my house. especially when you my son or my daughter. I made you. So because I'm the potter, who in the hell is the clay to question the potter? Because that's what A1 want to do. He want to shoot all these questions and want to question and say, well, y'all got a homicidal and a maniac God. You know what? I love serving the God to where when wrong is done by me, I'm allowed to go out there and get retribution. I wouldn't damn want to follow being no Buddhist to where somebody come in my shrine, come in my temple, and there's plenty of examples in history that I can bring up that Buddhists had to sit there and actually get unalived because they not a Buddhist would have to pray and repent if it even step on an ant. You know what I'm saying? You're not allowed to defend yourself or your family if you're a Buddhist. You got to sit there and take that ass whooping. And you got to sit there and watch all the other Buddhist monks get unalived because that's in their belief. So how could a man of integrity, how could a man with love for his family sit there and then go tell, I would just rather be a Buddhist? Man, come on, brother. So you lost that one there. I'll mute back out.
Let me respond to that real quick, because you're actually wrong about the Buddhists. Well, not completely wrong, but you are wrong.
Yeah, I know.
Are Buddhists allowed to defend themselves? Let me flip my camera one time, just so I like stunting. Let me get my little stunt on.
Well, no. Hold on real quick. Now,
how does that show? Look at my shirt.
Hold on real quick.
My shirt showing normal.
Now, the Buddhists, listen. The Buddhists themselves aren't allowed. But listen. Every temple has what they call is an abbot. Now, the abbot is allowed to fight, but there's only so many abbots that is assigned per temple. So the abbot has the right to fight, but not the monk itself. Especially when it comes to you said being a Buddhist. They have to sit there. They got to sit there and get their ass kicked.
Who commissions
the abbot? The abbot has the right to fight.
Who commissions the abbot?
The head monk does. The head monk does.
So with them choosing that, are they the reason that they do have defense then?
Well. In this case, what A1 is talking about, A1 is no abbot. He's no abbot. A1 probably didn't even know that the abbot is the only one that is allowed to even fight in the first place. I guarantee he didn't know that. He didn't know that.
I didn't know that. That's the good thing about information.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know that. The abbot is the one that's commissioned to actually fight. But the actual monks themselves, they got to sit there. They got to get their ass kicked.
But they got their abbot to fight for them.
That's not true though.
What the hell is one abbot? Listen. What there's plenty examples to where temples was actually eradicated. Certain scrolls were stolen from these monks because guess what? They not allowed to defend themselves. Can
I read this to you? No, you saying the same thing.
Listen. I am not picking up some Asian culture, and then how y'all loosely throw around this word, the Abrahamic faiths. No, because guess what? If we dealing, yes, Abraham had many sons. He said that they was going to be blessed, but guess what? Only Isaac got the covenant. He said, only in Isaac through my seed shall be called. So we just can't be going up there talking about the Abrahamic faiths and all that. Man, listen. You know what Abraham did to his one wife on what he did to Ishmael? He gave them a little jug. He gave him a little camel skin of water, a couple of trinkets, and kicked their ass out in the desert, and never allowed them to come back. What did he do to Isaac? The promise and the seed was given through Isaac. So to me, ain't no such thing as no Abrahamic faith, because if that was the case, all his sons would have been welcomed back, And guess what? All his sons would have got the seed and the promise, but only Isaac got that seed and that promise. So let's throw all that talk about the Abrahamic faith, which y'all throw around loosely. Isaac only gave the promise and the seed to the son that he loved the most.
Yo,
Also,
premise me the passport, bro. It's all over the place.
So,
Can I respond?
so you know, go ahead, brother.
Thank you. Is my audio okay? I'm on the tablet right now in the front of my stuff. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. Are Buddhists allowed to defend themselves? Yes, in general, Buddhists are allowed to defend themselves. But the answer varies depending on the Buddhist tradition and how strictly a person interprets Buddhist teachings. The central ethical principle is the first precept, which is to refrain from taking life. That's one good thing I could say. I done did a lot of stuff, but I ain't killed nobody. So, and I don't want to kill nobody.
But no, you
let me cook, bro.
A1.
I'll let you go for a long time.
You loosely threw the term Buddhist out there, and I admit there are different sects of Buddhists with different rules. But I'm talking you probably didn't know that. I knew that.
I explain that
like
that's what I'm explaining right now.
You specifically just said Buddhist. All you said was Buddhist.
Say any of these
go ahead,
things.
brother.
So now let me get mine.
Just let me know when I can speak.
You next, Pitbull. I got you. Yeah, appreciate you, Omar. Let me add what you left out, because what you just tried to do was paint a false narrative, and you wanted us to think it was a certain way. You also said this is why you wouldn't be a Buddhist. So now that I'm actually getting the facts out, don't jump in like, yeah. I know all of that, because you had a chance to express it, and you didn't. You also said it's why you wouldn't be a Buddhist, because what I said was wrong. Well, not that I was wrong, just that Buddhists can defend themselves. You didn't differentiate between different type of Buddhists at that point in time, which would have been the intellectual thing to do. Now you're trying to double back because you know I'm about to cook you after I read the first paragraph. Let's continue. The central ethical first principle is the first precept, which is to refrain from taking life. Then when I said I haven't killed nobody, I done did a lot of dirt, but I ain't killed nobody. Thank God. You know, I give a shout out to not Yahweh, but if there is one, you know, I'm agnostic. I don't make the claim that there is or isn't one. I don't think that we can prove that in any empirical manner. I think that we all just be on here pontificating and guessing, you know. But nonetheless, let's continue about Buddhism. This means that even in self-defense, intentionally killing another person is generally viewed as creating negative karma. However, Buddhism also recognizes that real life situations can be morally complex. And then it goes into the different interpretations, the strict interpretation, strict pacifist interpretation. Some Buddhists believe one should never use violence, even in self-defense. They point to Buddhist teachings on nonviolence. I wouldn't fall into that form of Buddhism. I would probably be a more moderate. Many Buddhists believe it is acceptable to defend yourself or others if necessary, because this is how I already am. I'm not going to try to kill nobody. I mean, it's the same way the police are supposed to be able to, well, no. We actually need to get the police on this level where they can defend themselves without actually having to take a life. They can have non-lethal rounds and a bunch of other stuff. Killing somebody when you subdue them doesn't have to be part of the deal. Just subduing them can be it. And granted, their real bullets may be flying at them, but that's just part of the job. You know, real bullets are flying at you when you sending them back to subdue them. Either way, a rubber bullet will take a person down. It'll kill you if it hits you in the head. It can. So yeah, I would be more a moderate Buddhist. I'm going to always protect me. Whoever is around me, I'm protecting. Like it's off rip. If you riding with me, like whatever happens, happening to both of us. If somebody attack you, they attack me too, because I'm with you. Like I can't nobody, you know, I'm not about to let nobody jump on you when you with me, and then now I got to hear why you ain't do nothing. Even if that is your op, like, or if I'm beefing with, if one of my homies got beef with somebody who I'm kicking it with, they know not to pull up when they with me. But I've already shown the example that I'm not going for that. Catch them niggas on your own time, bro. Because if they with me, we handling business. You know I don't hang out. So if you see me with Buddy, we doing something. I remember one time it happened, and then I spazzed out. I got gangster about it, and nobody else ever tried it. Somebody tried to pull up on my one homie while we was shooting, while I was filming a video for him. And I treated it like it was my beef. How dare you interfere with, and try to mess up my getting money? But anyway, nonetheless, I would be more a moderate Buddhist. There are different levels to this, and it's not all like what Omar was trying to make it seem. And that would be a reason that if I was forced to pick a religion over any of the Abrahamic faiths, I say Abraham is the ancestor of all of the people in all of your books, and that's why we call them that. So no, I'm never going to dismiss the term Abrahamic faith, even though it makes you uncomfortable. I think that's why you want me to stop using it. But yeah, I'm going to pick something non-violent where the deity isn't homicidal. And again, I think the reason why everybody's so homicidal, the deity that they worship is homicidal. If we had a better example, then maybe we could try to be like that. That's the whole reason we got Jesus, to be the example, right? Even Jesus wasn't nonviolent. He was in there flipping tables on the money changers. Let's get into it. It's a war going on in heaven right now. These niggas can't get along up there. Why would I want to sign up for this, and why would I want this to be true so bad? If hell is real, why would I want, not even to say if hell is real, but they're describing hell. Why would I fight for this to be true, absent of actually being able to prove it? I would actually want the more positive and peaceful ones to be true. Nobody's fighting for those to be true, though, it's because it's confirmation bias. I've studied all these different faiths. That's why I know it's like 10 drug dealers on it. Religion is, I look at religion like this. Each religion is a different dealer. They all got the same work, but they swearing that the next guy shit is some booth and it's fake. Don't go to him. He's selling dummies. I got that real straight drop. Straight from Yahweh, baby. But really, they all got the same plug. All y'all got the same plug. All y'all got a little bit of the truth and a bunch of inconsistencies and contradictions. I digress, and I'm going to let Pitbull take the floor, and I'm going to mute out. I appreciate you gentlemen for letting me get that out and express myself.
At some point, I hope you do a presentation, A1, on this Walgreens world that you keep trying to promote, as if it's always been conflict resolution, and war in the human world. But what I don't hear you doing is going into that Torah and showing where, first of all, before I go there, I wanna make this precedent, because O brought it up earlier, that the Abrahamic faith is a modern term associated to these people that follow the book, but it's not. That's not real. Hebrew Israelism is not Judaism. That's another misnomer that people like to tote around. It's not the same. We don't do that rabbinic stuff. But moreover, I don't hear you going into the Torah and showing in the 613 laws how it shows, because this is a governing law ordinance to the people and how we should treat one another. The only time you see us going outside of those laws is when we're in conflict with other people outside of our nation that more than likely are trying to capture, subdue, put us under their rulership, or we've been sent under their rulership by the Most High himself. So when you say homicidal maniac in relation to all of the Torah, this is a form of judgment, right? And we see that it affects the people, of course, but it's no different than a person being outcast or sent from amongst those people that they reside around and are put to death by their leaders. This is just patterns of behavior that we see in the human framework that has always been. You can't show me this utopia that you keep referring to, if you was this and you was that, and how you would handle it. I understand the sentiment in which you speak, and I agree a lot with it when it comes down to being peaceful, but the Hebrew Torah advocates for peace in the society amongst their people. So I'm trying to really get an angle on where you're coming from in regards to how the Torah in its stance affects the way of life of everyday people in a negative way, when it doesn't advocate for that in no way, shape, form, or fashion. So I would like a clear understanding of what you mean by that at some point. But the last thing I'll say is everything that the Hebrews do from an antiquatal stance was a cause and effect, right? It might not look so pretty, but for by and large, it was to shape and to mold us to show love and compassion to one another, because the God of the Torah, as y'all say, is known for giving people the desires of their heart. So if the people had a wicked heart, of course, they would be given that. If they had an upright heart, they would be shown that as well. But the preserving of life, the giving of life, and the taking of life were sheerly, strictly up to the Most High and the Most High alone, in the sentiment of him doing certain things that would cause people to be unalive, like the Great Flood. These were what we would consider a reset. Didn't kill all people because he left people alive. So I'm just trying to get the gist of it. That's all. I'll land it there.
Hold on. To your point, Pitbull, I do agree with you that war has always been a thing. Even let me mute my mic on this phone. Even before the Abrahamic faiths came around. So, and to your point, I do think that it's like we take the good with the bad. I can say some good stuff about the Bible, but if it's still producing negative results that I think are more harmful, then I have to say it should be removed. Yeah, sugar tastes good, but I don't eat it. You know what I'm saying? I think that it did come around and bring us out of being such animalistic. I don't want to even use that term because racist people use that term to categorize us back in the day. They used to say we were savage, but everybody conducted war. But I think it came more to civilize us a little bit more, religion. And I think on top of being the law of the land, whenever somebody conquered a new territory, it was like, well, what rules are we going to have everybody follow? And it's like, boom, the Holy Bible. Pay your tithes every Sunday, nigga, or we pulling up. So but it did civilize us and give us a reason not to go rob our neighbor just because we was hungry. You see what I'm saying? There is stuff in there that keeps us from being an animal. I remember there was a time when I was still religious, and that's what I thought it was for. Like, God sent this down here, or else we would be like all the other animals with whiskers. You know, this mustache, he's just my whiskers. Just like any other animal got. I got hair on my face too. But I don't think it did a good enough job. I think it served its purpose to an extent, and I think it's still serving its purpose and keeping us conditioned and docile as well. I think that was also a reason for instituting. But some word to put that book together, and if people with a low IQ go into that book, will get lost in that book, and it's a dangerous book for that reason. People with low IQ shouldn't read that book without proper supervision. And I don't even think that having a preacher read it to you is the proper supervision. They're going to further indoctrinate you and entrap you into that. I think only going over it with a scholar objectively is the way that it should be done. But I know y'all don't agree with that, but that's the only response that I had to everything you said. I appreciate you.
If I could, can I ask you one quick question?
Yes, sir.
Do you separate? Because I'm OT only in most people's idea. Because I used to deal with the so-called New Testament. I had to put it down. To be honest with you. So do you separate the so-called Old Testament from the New Testament?
No, I do, depending on who I'm engaging in dialogue with. Because I know you don't deal with the New Testament. I honestly would have no reason to bring it up and shouldn't bring it up because it'd be out of context to what you believe. And it would kind of be disingenuous. I can't really see myself finding a good way to squeeze it into the conversation if you personally don't believe. And I'm not saying you do or don't. I can't remember if you do or don't. But yeah, if a person doesn't believe in it, I don't bring it up in the topic of conversation. I respectfully deal with what they're presenting and who they are and their ideologies as an individual. I don't group everybody under, oh, you're a Christian, so I'm gonna deal with you like this. Because I really hate when people do me like that when I say agnostic atheist. They think as soon as I say I'm an atheist, they have me pinned down. Like, oh, you don't believe God real. You can't prove that. Well, I'm not making a claim that God isn't real. One, I wouldn't say that. Because the absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. Yeah, that's how it goes. The absence of evidence isn't absence.
Right. Yeah, that's it.
It would generally be unscientific and a guess, and I would be pontificating that no God exists because I can't empirically, I can only test what's inside of time and nature, and God is supposed to be outside of that. So I know there's no way for me to obviously get there, but I also know that there's no way for you to get there. So when you tell me God is real, I know that that's just as bogus as me saying that God doesn't exist. I know that the claim is just as bogus, and you guys are standing on a deck of cards, and you weigh 200 pounds. It's going to crumble.
So let me ask you one more question, and I'll get out the way. So you a big banger? Pause.
You funny. I didn't even think about it. You said it. That was funny. When it comes to science, I study it and I know. And I'm getting to know it better. I don't necessarily know it well enough to dispute it. Mm-hmm. But the first step for me to ever be able to dispute it is to study it objectively and try to find out where the contradictions are, the same way that I did the religious texts of the Bible, of the Hebrew faith, and of the faith of Islam. Don't make me go I got a whole pile of books in here. I could show you all of them. I was almost Team Kemet with Omar for a little bit. Omar wasn't always rocking with Yahweh. Omar started out, and this is no disrespect, he was born into Islam. He converted to become Team Kemet, which is crazy how hard he goes on Team Kemet now. But we all go hard on what we previously left, if you notice that. I go hard on Christianity. I'm a preacher's son. I had a great upbringing. I didn't see any negativity, any BS. And it's not until I see how fucked up other people are in real life that I understand, like, I had a really good upbringing. I have to realize everybody wasn't raised the same. And I'm wondering why people are the way they are. And it's because they didn't have the upbringing that I was blessed to have. Like, I never saw my dad cheating, beating, disrespecting my mama. There was none of that going on. All we did was help the community.
Same.
It was a real positive, encouraging atmosphere. It wasn't a bunch of rigid structure. I remember one time, I couldn't leave the table if I didn't finish my food. Like, that's about as bad as it gets. I got a whooping for stealing, but nobody killed me. My parents didn't kill me like you're saying the Father God was supposed to do to us, and you using that as a justification. Well, if you had a kid, what would you do? I'd drown them. Like, no.
Nah, man.
No. Making this logical conclusion.
No, man.
Religious people, this is logical.
No, it's not.
You got
it's not.
Some people do think like that.
And every time I just stab my head and just drop my head in my hands, like they did it, they said it again. Like, I don't have kids, but like, I can't understand this. Like, I'm not a father myself.
But I think that's no different than a person claiming to be Christ in 2026. That is religious schizophrenia or religious phobias that would lead people to do things that are outside of what the text is actually describing or prescribing. And I think that falls on the category of
evolution.
These distinctions. Right. So we can never, for an example, right, in science, if a scientist uses science, right, to framework something that goes against the perpetuation of what science is for, which is the study of something, and they take a finding that they find out in science and they use it against people, is it science fault, or is it the people that's using science improperly?
I do want to touch on that subject, and let me respond to Brass real quick. I don't know if you're talking about me or you're talking about King Hurt. Yeah, I was going to say anything on my page, Brass, you can use at any time. You don't even have to ask. And that goes for anybody who's in earshot of my voice as well. All of my content, take it, review it, whether you give me a good review, whether you give me a bad review, whether you drag me. If you attack me personally, I will do a response. I won't seek personal retribution, which Omar is so fond of, by personally slandering you back. All I'm going to do is review you personally slandering me, correct things that you have wrong for the record, because a lot of times that shit be lies, because these people really don't know me. They're going off of things they heard. I'll do that when I review you slandering me, and I'll just point out how your character is fucked up. Because you couldn't deal with my argument, you decided to attack who you think, an idea of who you think I am, even though we've never met. And I just think that shit is real distasteful. But yeah, anybody's allowed to use my shit at any time. You don't necessarily have to give it a good review to use it. You can use it and bash me. Again, I'm just, anything that happens on here, I'm going to turn into more content instead of taking it personal and letting it get to me. But I will be putting you guys into special categories based on your character. And then that's going to dictate the version of me that you get, and if you will be able to even deal with me at all. Because I feel like I'm here to be a blessing to the community, and people who have shitty character, I won't be investing my time into putting flyers together, showing up, sitting here for 4 hours so you can do a presentation without charging you any money. I won't put $50 up for a debate to pay the winner and the loser of the debate if you show up. And y'all supposed to get paid for that, Pitbull. When I get my next check, I'm gonna shoot you a couple dollars. Like, y'all never asked about it, and I didn't say anything, and I had a lot of other shit going on. But if y'all didn't get paid, it would kind of go against the tradition of tighten the debate. So you got $50 coming up.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate
it. Everybody gets paid. That's why they call me A1. I pay people before they have to ask me for their money. That's like that's a character thing that I had. That's something that my dad always taught. Shout out to my dad for being in my life. I forgot where I was even going with that. Oh yeah, Brash, you was anything that you want? So you definitely check in with King Herc first, because that was his body of work and presentation. I've actually already started my refutation to it as well, so be on the lookout for that. And one more thing, Babylon Dawn, if you feel like I was picking on you, I apologize. I wasn't. I was actually in my element and debating, and I might have got a little carried away. I know I didn't disrespect you or anything, but I saw you say you feel like you always got to correct me, and I don't want you to feel like I'm personally picking on you. I just thought I heard something, so I responded. I definitely don't got nothing against you. You're always welcome on this platform to speak your mind, as well as everybody else. And go ahead, Pitbull, you got it.
What was I about to say? We was talking about can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you down clear.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I know I be on these back roads. Sometimes it cut out. Now I was just gonna say, man. First of all, since you just said that, I gotta say this, man. Shout out to UA1, bro, because that's very dope right there, and everything that you providing on the platform and how you are open door with a lot of the things that you do, man. That's a big salute to you, brother. That's major in this community. We need more of you. Pause. But back to the topic at hand. I mean, when we actually look at a lot of the codified law that we actually are supposed to be practicing versus what men do on their own recognizance and in their own account, and how it looks to the general public outside of what the text says, is very detrimental to the faith in itself, in the culture in itself, because it gets a bad reputation based on how people afford to themselves and marginalize themselves within the ranks of this faith and culture, because it is not a religion. It is a culture. It is a way of life. It is a way that we're supposed to move. And again, I'm going to say this and then I'm going to land, but I wanted to just say this again, that Judaism and all these other isms that have like barnacle attached themselves to our culture and way of life is definitely not what we facilitate in the faith. And that's what we got to get more on. I'd like to sit down with you and really get into it at some point. But yeah, a lot of what you're seeing in academia, how they colloquialize our ways to a lot of sects and groups of people that claim to be following and are participants in this faith can't be farther from the truth. And that's something I think we definitely should do a delve into for a little bit. That's a fire shirt right there. I just wanted to make that clear though one more time, man, because we getting misrepresented out here with the Abrahamic faith and all of these different things that they associate with us. We got to separate these things, brother.
Hey, Pitbull, just to iterate on what you just said, we don't realize that all religions start off as culture first, and then it turned to cults. I know everybody don't understand that, but that's
exactly
real.
Exactly. That's a fact, brother.
Yeah.
That is a fact.
They don't feel that, but it happens today, even just like with the Black Lives Matter, for real, and every other one.
Yeah, that's so true, man. That's so true. That's what we've been dealing with for a while now.
Oh yeah, Pitbull. Let me know when you want to do a show, and how you want to do it, and yeah, I'll schedule you in. You can definitely get the platform anytime you want. That goes for anybody. Anytime that you guys want to schedule a time to do a presentation or have a dialogue on a specific topic, we'll get a graphic together for you and we'll set it up. Whether you want me to host, if you actually want me to engage, if you want me to engage, just give me prior notice so I can show up prepared with the proper source material for what we're going to be talking about. Yeah, I want to talk more actually. In the beginning, I didn't talk as much because I wanted to let people know that this was a fair place to be. I wanted to show people that I had the restraint to keep my thoughts and ideas to myself. And I've been around 10 months. And I can say for at least 9 months, nobody knew where I stood on pretty much anything because I didn't jump in none of these conversations. It was Hebrews going back and forth every day. They never heard me say nothing. You know, Omar was shocked when he saw my King James presentation. I did a presentation, King James was gay, and I went over a lot of the source material, the handwritten letters.
True.
And more. You know, there was more. There's letters of correspondence back from these gentlemen to him. There's letters of people who witnessed it. I went over all of that stuff. And I kind of actually light sauced it. But again, like I'd say all the time, this stuff is so crazy once you start digging into the text that I don't have to make up anything. Like it's already crazy on its face to me. You know, the fact that, I don't have to lie and say King James was gay. The source material is longer than my rap sheet, bro. That was wild.
I definitely have heard these sentiments before, and I looked into it, and I come to the realization that it's a two-sided story, and I've seen both sides of it. You know what I'm saying? How it was attack on that man. Character by the people who were printing, pressing, and doing these different tactics with his family as well. But I'll leave that alone for now. But that's something we could definitely discuss and talk about too, and kind of get to the bottom of. So that they just won't seem one-sided.
Hey, they used to call me the Bible breaker. I don't know, you know, I really feel like once I kick the legs from under Judaism and the Hebrew text, that everything that's built off of that already falls. So that's usually why I necessarily don't have to attack Islam. If I defeat the root of it all, the beginning of the Abrahamic trilogy, because every book piggybacks off of the other one. So if Islam doesn't have Christianity or Judaism to stand on, it's already null by default. It doesn't make it right by default.
Well, there's something right there that we definitely can discuss, because Judaism is not Hebrew Israelism. It's not the foundation of what I stand on, and it's rabbinic traditions that came later and after what we had already had set up as a culture by way of life.
I understand. So when you say it's more so when I prove that the Hebrew text, the Tanakh, the Torah, whatever, is not the word of God, then after that, I don't have to deal with Christianity or Islam. Everything else derives from this. So there is no New Testament if the Old Testament God was real. And then there is no correction of Islam to come correct Christianity if Christianity ain't real. They're trying to make sense out of nonsense. Christianity is trying to make sense out of nonsense, trying to piggyback off the Hebrew Bible. So that's why once I start there, no matter what interpretation you have of it, you do agree that the God of the Hebrew Bible, you agree that the Hebrew Bible, or whichever version you follow, the first 5 books, are genuinely agreed to be the word of God written through Moses, correct? And once I agree that God, we can't prove that God and that claim can't be verified, then I don't have to deal with nothing else. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, that sentiment of the word of God is something that definitely needs to be rectified in truth to the understanding of what that even means. There's a lot of different curveballs through linguistical tactics and said other, what we would say, religions that attached itself to the information has deemed these things. And I think that's a lot of the problem in this conversation about the Torah and the Tanakh, and then the actual making of the New Testament writings and so on and so forth. So a lot of these things come from one set culture of people that were taken and ruled over and oppressed and had their way of life stripped from them and utilized in ways that would contradict or go against their set way of life. So there's a lot of issues with what we see today in these different belief systems or religions that would associate themselves to the Hebrew culture, identity, etc. So, I mean, it's a lot to talk about because there's a lot of different viewpoints on it because there's so much ostracizing of it.
Had fun today though, man. I kicked Omar's ass. I ain't gonna say I kicked your ass. We had a good dialogue. Then I kicked GD and Capone's ass trying to quote Josephus. He ain't know I had the book over there. Yeah, bro,
I don't rock with Josephus, man. I don't rock with
where you from?
Flavius.
Let me get that page number. Oh, it don't say what you say it's saying. Why are you making stuff up? This just, light reading. I got this shit at my shop, man. Light reading.
I see you locked and loaded over there, man. But no, I ain't really too much feeling Josephus like that.
Yeah, I went through all the houses. I done studied everything. I haven't studied everything. I do actually need to get more into the study of the Vedas. I have an overview of it, but I haven't put my hands on it. I want to get a physical copy of every single religious and spiritual text that there is. That's my goal, to just continue to build my library and study these things, because I think that each of these captures a different culture at a different time and what they thought and felt. And I think that everything is important in its own context. I don't think everything is true, but I definitely want to look into the evolution of how people view God throughout history. Because a lot of people ask, why are you studying all of that? You're not supposed to do that. They don't want you to have a view of how people thought through time. Like, I don't know why that's such a bad thing. Because the brainwashing doesn't work once that happens. That's really what it is. And these are safeguards that these books have in place to try to keep you trapped into the dogma, which is why I say these books in the hands of people with low IQs and an objective secular scholar are dangerous. If you go to a church, they're going to trap you in this. If you go to one of them shrines of Mayat, you're going right up in here. And they're going to try to trap you in this.
Right. I agree 100%.
You go to the Church of Islam. That's my homie just drove by. He seen me too. You go to the church to one of the mosques for Islam, they're going to try to trap you into that book. I got the Quran back here as well. But I get all of these books so that way I can see what's really going on. But again, I would love to have some conversations with you, Pitbull. I think you brought up some amazing points, some new angles that I haven't heard taken before on the channel. So I'm glad I got you around, man. And you are in that tournament too. So yeah, lined up for that $1,000 prize. You know, want to see how you do. Somebody else jump in. I land with that. Appreciate y'all for letting me express my thoughts.
Oh yeah, man. Sounds like you had some nice little fun last night after I went to sleep. It's been a good show. Herc started it off last evening with a nice little topic. So y'all make sure y'all go rewatch that. It's Science Racist. He brought a lot of good points. Some sources of individuals who've done their own research and came up with their conclusions about things. And we discoursed about it. Shout out to everybody that came up last night. Shout out to everybody here today. In the chat, I see Babylon Dunn in here. Brass, King Hurt. Yeah, man. So we got it going. It's a good topic this morning. Seems like A1 might have shut it down. Which that's the Holy Quran.
No, the brother Herc. I think he did a pretty dope job, man. I listened to it, even though I felt like I didn't have to come up to the stage. I felt that the brother did a pretty adequate job, you know, especially once he caught his flow on what he was talking about. And you know, like I was talking to A1 earlier, a little bit after Herc had left, I never got a chance to congratulate Herc and to tell him that I enjoyed the whole show. You know, I didn't say much in the chat. You know, I was busy doing stuff here and there, but, you know, I had it playing real loud in the background and stuff like that. But, you know, normally, you know, especially when it comes to him, you know, well, our dialogue lately has been real cordial. It's been real cool. You know, instead of finding holes to poke at, I actually been finding certain similarities and things that we share in common. And you know, because it wasn't a debate or a discussion, it was his presentation. You know, I had nothing but good words to say for the brother. You know, it wasn't on my honest to come down and to come up or put anything derogatory up in the chat to try to tear that brother down. But like I told A1, I listened to it. I absolutely enjoyed it. And I actually saw a lot of common things that you know that we do share in his presentation. So I just want to take my hat off to that presentation that Herc did the other night, man. I really enjoyed it, and good work, brother.
I just wanted to chime in and say, hey, when I heard everything you said, for sure, brother. Like I said, I'm always appreciative of what you're doing over here. I'm honestly very intrigued by the platform and how you running it, bro. Like, this has been one that I haven't seen ran this way, man. And I think it's gonna work out well for you, brother. I think you're gonna be very successful at what you're doing, you and the team and the people you got on the team with you, man. Just keep doing it. I'm gonna be here to support what you're doing, brother, because I like everything you're doing so far, for sure. And yeah, I definitely look forward to being a part of the debate series that's coming up in the tournament. You know, I got my PC going in the shop right now, so we don't have no hiccups like in the debate I had with Ashay, which was an awesome debate. If you haven't checked that out, y'all should definitely go check that debate out. That's pretty much it. Yeah, I heard what you said. I was just away from my truck right now at the time, brother. And but yeah, man, I'm looking forward to that. It's the 22nd. Is the weigh-ins and all that stuff like that, right? I know you had something going on the 22nd.
I scheduled everybody's. If you actually just go to the page and go to the live, you will see what day yours is. So I know the first one I have coming up is Swab Boss, and I think that's the 8th of September or 8th of August. And then I think the following week I have OTK and somebody else. I'm not sure where you are in the rotation. I just remember the first two. But your exact date, I could look for you. My phone is in the back though. But yeah.
Oh no, it's no big deal. Yeah. It's no big deal. I was just checking. I thought it was a big event going on the 22nd. But I'll look through everything again and get everything acclimated to what's actually going on, and we'll go from there, man. But again, I appreciate you for even, accepting me and having me a part. You know what I'm saying? This is gonna be something great. So it always feels good to be a part of something, great. So absolutely, brother.
Hey, A1. I seen you got Suave Boss facing Alex Dunbar. Is that Alex Dunbar from is that Earth?
I'm not sure. I know he's an Israelite. I saw him on TikTok cooking Tazariak on a panel. I'm gonna say cooking him. I don't know if he was wrong, but I know he was aggressive, and it felt like he was right. Like the way he set it up and landed, and like Tazariak, and he wasn't answering the question, so it just looked bad. Not to say that he was actually right on the subject, but I hit him up.
That's Earth Speaks.
Yeah, that might be. I'm not sure. Don't get me to misquote. Yeah, the new Oxford Annotated Bible, revised version with the Apocrypha.
Hold on. Who is this guy that you said cook, or you took that word back? Who is this guy? Like you said, Alex. Do we have like a how everybody had like a little nickname sometime up there?
That's why I don't know his nickname. I know I only know his government. If that's his actual government.
Hold on. Was this like on YouTube or like on? Because I don't have no social media. I don't have TikTok or nothing like that.
Yeah, y'all not on Facebook. No.
Oh, okay, so yeah, I wouldn't know about it. But I mean, is you know who my guy is. You know who my guy is.
Okay, I know that's your guy. That's why I wasn't taking it back. I just took it back because people didn't know what they were talking about. It just looked like he crossed them over. I swear I saw his ankles go a little, oh. But I don't know. I didn't see it.
I ain't never seen nobody cook the cat.
I might have bricked the layup. I didn't see. So, yeah.
Yeah, if that's my man Earth Speaks, I'm looking at it. That is Earth Speaks. We in for a show. He got
the great beard. He got the great beard. Yeah, message him for me. Can you hit him up and talk to him for me too?
Well, I can go see.
Tell him you're excited to see him in the tournament, man. Make sure you see if he's ready. I'm here too. I just want to make sure he locked in, man. Sometimes new faces need a little more. We got to make sure they feel welcome and don't feel like it's an ambush or a setup.
He ain't even worried about it.
Okay.
He got an argument that's if this because I see a couple other Alex Dunbars, but his name is Alex Dunbar. I knew it was because it's Earth Speaks. He got an argument for the Americas. He believes that he's a Dunbar and that his family traces back, and he outlines this wonderful scenario and possible world of what could have really happened, and that people and he ain't if you get a chance to look him up, just look up Earth Speaks on TikTok.
I will. Yeah, I told y'all I've been on the talent search, man. I've been looking for new talent left and right. I see a lot of the same people on a lot of cool. But I do want to try to create some type of content that's exclusive to what we doing. So to all the people who are exclusive over here, even though I've never asked you to be, I appreciate you. Not watering down the content. I do want people to go everywhere though, honestly, because it's just good marketing and PR. So sometimes it's like I have to think I don't know, it depends on what hat I'm wearing, how I feel about it on that day. If I'm wearing my CEO hat, I might want more exclusive things that are restricted over here, so people gotta come up with it. when I'm thinking about my friends who are actual debaters, it's like I know I want you guys to be everywhere and getting as much exposure as you possibly can. I don't want to hold you back from that. Which is why I never ask nobody to be exclusive. But you see a lot of the fan favorites over here are. Shout out to y'all for believing and seeing the vision before everybody else did. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, man. Because I know one thing you made clear that we got clear is that Titans Debate League is the brand. That's you. That's what this all about. Any of us that have ideas, this platform is a benefit for us if you use it in a beneficial way. And we have debates and stuff, but the way that it's moving with the sister channels and the new format that you got with information and finding different people with different views, and whether we agree with them or not, whether we call them pseudo or not, they have the right to their own ideas. And who knows if some of these ideas one day won't become modern science and not just pseudoisms or anything like that, especially if you put forth experimentation in ways that you can actually empirically conclude whatever conclusion you're looking for. When you can have time to critically think is real big to me. So I think that wasting my time thinking about some people of the past and what they was doing and how I should be walking, if I'm walking the same way and getting the same thing, we hear stories about them and we know that we could still be where we at without a lot of those atrocities that they was doing. So answering for that and saying that it's okay just isn't okay with me. We know it was wrong. I don't care how many people was doing it, and what all of them was wrong. So
I agree with you. I also want to say, man, I feel like a lot of these other channels is lazy. All they doing is they're going for the low hanging fruit, man. Do a little work, man. Hit a talent search up. Try to find some new people to bring to the community instead of just seeing who on my channel and then shooting for them. One thing I'll never get mad about somebody for doing is copying me.
Big facts.
When people do copy me, I look at myself as their inspiration. I've been a trendsetter my whole life. I always try to be the first person doing a certain thing, even if it's me remixing something that's already been done, and then trying to get everybody to copy that. So I never looked at it as copying. I say I'm a trendsetter. And that's what trendsetters want, is to be somebody to piggyback off what they're doing. I may rock my hat or my jeans or my clothes a certain way. And once I start seeing everybody else do it, I'm like, yep, I'm that guy. So I don't be mad when people come over here and try to scout the talent that we got. I'm always going to continue to keep reaching out for new voices, new perspectives. That was one of the main complaints when I started the league. And again, when I started my league, I started with the complaints of the community. And I said, this is going to be what we work on fixing. And these are going to be the first things that we do. So I made sure I had a sound judging system. It was one of the biggest complaints of people in the community who debate frequently. They said the judging systems were shitty, biased. And I attempted to fix all of that by doing things the way that I did. What else? Oh yeah, they said they were tired of the same old talking points, same old perspectives, and same old, debate titles. So I went and got new people that they hadn't seen before, so we can get a fresh perspective on some of these topics, and some fresh talking points. And I hope you guys can all appreciate the hard work. I was thinking of the community when I did this. I made y'all complaints my first priority in creating this business. So.
Well, that's why brother Omar consistently come back. You know what I'm saying? And even though y'all might not see me in the chat, y'all might not see me on the panel, I'll put it like this: I'm always listening, and if I don't get a chance to watch it live, I'll go back. When it's over, and I'll go back and watch it. But I consistently come back because I view your work, A1. I view your work, A1, as a breath of fresh air. I view it as something different. I view it as something very, very unique that you've created and I respect it and I love it, and that's why I consistently come back, and I always show love to my brother. You know what I'm saying? And then going outside the box a lot. He got his brother Oli. I mess with Oli. People try to talk and debunk what he got going on, but the thing is, you got people that got something to say, but ain't never read the material, and to make a claim that he's piggybacking or copying off somebody else's work. You won't know that until you actually read the fucking source material. Excuse my French. You won't know that until you actually open up some of his studies, read some of his books, and at least read it to give a true critique. That's just like how A1 said before. How are you? The teacher say, okay, I need you to do a book report. In order to do a thorough book report, you got to read the book. You just can't say, oh, this and that, and you got to actually read the book to give an accurate and a fair critique of the book or the work. So I never came over here and felt like I was being picked on. A1 ain't never cussed me out and called me idiots and dummies and used the derogatory words, and I'm glad. Like I say, he's a breath of fresh air, and I'm glad too, because I had told him before. I'm like, damn, you muted out like 90% of the damn time. I want to hear more of your view and hear him speak, and I think that's also good too. But like I said, for the most part, coming up over here, he give all the brothers a fair chance to rock. And I think that's good now. He's starting to speak more. And guess what? He's still gonna put it up. And guess what? A lot of the times he's still gonna go in the back, mute. And the thing is, what I like about what he do, he'll go mute out for a good 3, 4, 5, a long time. But the thing is, he'll come back in, and you very seldom hear, unless he busy doing something, like super busy, he'll come back in and he'll reiterate what we just talked about for 3 or 4 hours straight. But he's been muted out the whole time. So that means he's actually doing the due diligence to actually listen instead of just running off at the mouth. He's listening more than what he's talking. And I think that's a good attribute and a good quality for a brother to have too. And I'm starting to learn some of those things too. You know what I'm saying? I know, sometimes I can come in hot or whatever, but he knows, he'll be like, damn, oh, where you at? You still there? I'll be like, yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening in. So, I've been trying to pick up, some of those good characteristics. Some of those good things is, to sometimes just, not run off at the mouth, not be quick to judge somebody or try to tear a brother down, but just to actually hit a brother out and listen to it. And then at the end of the conclusion, I still don't have to, be derogatory to the brother, tear a brother down. I can just simply agree with it, point out where I don't disagree, and we can shoot it back and forth, and we can just keep things cordial. So, big shout out to brother A1 and big shout out to brother Oli, man. Some good solid brothers. And like I said, I'm gonna definitely be back, still come back, still support, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people on the panel too. You got a dope team, you got dope content. A lot of your work is original. I haven't seen it around personally. And man, just keep doing what you're doing. Brother Omar is always gonna have your back and support you, good brother. Yo, I love coming on here, man.
I appreciate that, bro. That mean a lot right now coming from you, because I literally just kicked your ass on your Bible all night. And then you turned around after I schooled him, it's cause it is God, it's homicidal, it's sociopath. And he turned around and gave me the utmost props. That means a lot that you can see that, even through all my animosity for the text. Because my animosity,
you got to.
Or anybody who's, I'm trying to say it without sounding condescending, but I was going to say who's fallen victim to the brainwashing. Figure out how that sounds without it being an insult. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not attacking against y'all because I was once a person who believed in this. So I try not to personally attack y'all. I will be attacking the old version of myself. And I don't want to do that.
Well, I think Pitbull put it in perfect aspect. You know what I'm saying? When I don't want an echo chamber or I don't want to come up. Like 9 times out of 10, you will very seldom see me on a panel or something like that in a big old discussion with a bunch of people that agree with me. I don't necessarily like doing dealing like that. You know what I'm saying? I like dealing with, as long as it's respectful. I like, dealing with people that are, challenge me. And then, if I don't know the answer, or maybe I need to look at a different view of the answer, I don't mind going back into the text, studying some more, or going to the people that I consider my teachers, going to them and asking them for clarification. I think that make me a more solid brother, and just to be honest, dealing with the text. But Brother Pitbull put it in perfect context too. You got a lot of Israelite brothers, that actually got love for A1 Oli. Your whole team, A1, the channel and the debate league. We got a lot of respect for it, and we got a genuine love for y'all brothers too. So you know what I'm saying?
And
you always got to show love.
I'm looking for a new Hebrew host. So I'm down to Hebrew host right now. I need a new host who's a Hebrew to hold it down for the Hebrews and pick up a night of the week to host and, bring the Hebrew perspective, whether you come with a little lesson or a scripture and start the conversation off with that and then get a floor to everybody else. Just because right now I just like to, like you say, I don't want it to be an echo chamber either. I don't want it to, my ideas aren't changed, because then that means I'm not growing anymore.
And you could tell Brother Omar is always fair, because like I said, I was honest. I've never debated. I've had conversations here and there, but that's not a formal debate. And I wouldn't even say that I'm some type of authority, even if a brother is an Old Testament brother, or brothers with brothers that's old and new, that may have a slight difference as far as an interpretation of scriptures. I can name a plethora of other brothers that I think that can fill those shoes. Pitbulls is a brother. Brother Kassad is another brother that I think that could that could fill those shoes. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even say, oh, I deserve to be that person. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I can name other brothers that, been in this truth longer than me. Other brothers that I've seen over here to where, dealing with certain, as far as the area of the his historicity, that has a better outlook than what I have an outlook on. You know what I'm saying? But I always love to get a shout out. I always love to get a shout out to my other Israelite brothers too. No matter if we have slight, disagreements on the scriptures, but one thing that we all hold dear in our heart is those laws, statutes, and those commandments. You know what I'm saying? Which we all try to, do our best to keep. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I love brothers like, Pitbull, Kassad, Gideon, and some of the other brothers, Yermi, Smash Idol, and some other brothers I think that do due diligence, and that are excellent brothers too, that that I can say those good positive things about too.
Yeah. I'm looking for a host, a Hebrew who even on their worst day they have good decorum. Cause I'm lightweight, a live wire myself, and a certified crash out. I still ain't shook it out my system. So I need somebody who I can look to, who's an example to me of how to act as well and how to conduct myself, and that I would trust to hold me accountable, because I know that's their true nature. And that's, if you look at the rest of my team, who I got: Humble, Oli. When the Oli say I'm tripping, I trust that I'm tripping. When Humble say I'm tripping, I can trust I'm tripping, because I know how they conduct themselves. If you said I was tripping, Omar, I might not listen to you, because half the time you be tripping. I'm like, nigga, I ain't trying to hear that right now. I'm going in on this. You know what I'm saying? But when I hear Humble, it's like, oh, dang. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It feels different, because I know they don't be acting like that.
Oh yeah, I gotta say, Salaki, I forgot to mention one. I forgot to mention my other brother Gideon Capone too. So I just want to make sure that brothers that come up, that be in the chat or come up on a panel that I mentioned try to mention all these brothers' name and give them their love and give them their flowers and give them brothers they respect too.
I appreciate you. If you know anybody who you haven't ever seen on this channel and you think they might be a good fit, holler at them for me. Tell them you about to plug them in and get them some exposure, and then they can come over here and do their thing. Let me know. Keep me posted, man.
Oh, most definitely. But I mean, you already got a whole plethora of brothers that's here that I think that would do would do an excellent job too. You know what I'm saying?
Real quick, let's go to a word from our sponsor.
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message Titans Debate League at gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained? Coliseum of Arguments, only the brave speak here. History isn't just written by the victors. It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away the tradition and let the evidence speak for itself? Welcome to the front lines of historical analysis with your host, Ben Eaton. Join us at the Coliseum of Arguments for Data Over Dogma. Every Thursday, we are pushing past the mainstream noise to examine the most respected scholarly research on ancient civilizations. This isn't about defending comfortable narratives. It's about high-level scholarship. We decode the actual data to see history entirely through the eyes of the people who lived it. For the students, the scholars, and the independent thinkers ready for radical, objective challenge to the status quo, prepare to have your perspective tested every single week. Leave your assumptions at the door. It's time to choose dogma or the data. Subscribe to Data Over Dogma with Ben Eaton today. New episodes drop every Thursday exclusively on Coliseum of Arguments. Titans Debate League, only the brave speak here.
Hey, and shout out Ben Eaton. I'm not sure. I think we might have to get Ben Eaton another day of the week. I think he might work on Thursdays, and I don't think that's the best for him. But I'm gonna talk to him and see what's up, because that's one of my favorite shows out right now. He came and did his thing on Saturday night this weekend. It was fire. If y'all missed it, go back and check that out. This week he said he will be ready though, so on Thursday, I think. But I don't want him to rush it. I don't want it to be forced. If he's got a day where he's off, I'm gonna see if he'll pick that up instead.
Yeah, I want to say I talked to him about it, and it was just that he'd be getting off a little later. So he was still open, but I think it just like it'll be a later show.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
think that's what he was saying.
If that's the case, I'll have to try to schedule something light for prime time, just so we got something on the channel.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, I'm excited for that one, man. Been eating, got them sources on sources on sources, man. Yes, yes, yes. Back to you, John. We got Pitbull. Oh, we got Vicar up here. We got Omar Muhammad. What's the topic, gentlemen?
I want to ask Omar.
Real quick. I
Omar.
see my brother. I see my brother OTK up in the chat. I want to say shalom and big shout out to my brother OTK. Just want to say that to him. But go ahead, Oli.
Yeah. Shout out OTK. I want to ask Vicar and Omar. Y'all can answer right next to each other. I don't care how long. What do y'all think is the most misunderstood aspect of y'all worldviews? I guess, is it Hebrew? I don't know what to call it exactly. Hebrew Israelites or whatever the religion is. What you think is the most misunderstood aspect of it in your view?
Yeah, if you want to go ahead and shoot, Vic, or if you want me to go ahead and go, if you're busy doing something. Vic is probably doing something because he didn't respond right away. I don't mind asking that question. I understand your question too, Oli. One of the big misconceptions of on how we view things is just getting us putting us in a box with Judaism, Orthodox Jewish, Hasidic Jewish, and Christian dogmatic views on a outtake of the actual scripture. So dealing with as far as those small heck, kind of Jews is we don't like Pitbull was saying, we don't hold value in the Talmud. No matter if a brother want to stick strictly to the Old Testament, or no matter if a brother is old and new. You know what I'm saying? And I think, we get thrown like in this box is like just because they use the same book, but they go to outside sources, they go to outside philosophy, outside texts. And then because they go into philosophy, outside views, outside texts, those views, texts, certain philosophies, they don't agree with the Bible as far as sticking strictly to the scripture. So I think that's something that's views that people kind of try to box us into to make it seem like we're all the same. Because as far as our view, to call it something like religious, this is the way I look at something religious. Looking at it as something religious, this is like just, okay, anybody can just get with it and join it. From a Hebrew Israelite point of view, just can't anybody pick that up and say, okay, I want to be a part of it. You know what I'm saying? You have to be one of those 12 tribes to pick it up, study. Not only that, to get to get spiritual insight on how to interpret the actual scriptures. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of these religious cults, different sects, has actually bastardized the Bible into something as far as dogma. And then we get boxed in with it because, we use the same text. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's fair to brothers as far as being Hebrew Israelite brothers. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's genuinely fair. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, everybody know that we don't get down like that. You know, if that kind of answer your question, Oli.
Yeah, definitely. It put a little light to it. And it'd be a lot of people having different contentions with it. Like I said, I think a lot of it be misunderstandings. I got a part of some of my research and talking to people. It's one thing that pushes me far from it, and it's about what's supposed to happen after we go away, knowing that the mixing of the races has occurred, and even right now, I know it's some Hebrew Israelites who probably has mixed their blood, or their blood is mixed with what people might call, well, I ain't gonna even say it because we're not supposed to, but they mixed with different bloodlines, and so we come to a different respect and admiration and emotional attachment to all peoples. But there's a certain end that we're looking for, or that we're supposed to expect if we were Hebrew Israelites. That, can you touch on that a little bit? You know what I'm talking about. I think about once this world passed and the new world come, or we go to heaven or wherever. Like, I hear stories about other races being the footstool of the Hebrew Israelites, like Hebrew Israelites actually being able to put their feet on the backs of these people. Can you expound on that a little bit? Because that might be where I'm confused about it, and tell me what that actually is supposed to be saying.
Sure. So I get exactly your question. So first, what I want to deal with is, okay, let's say, as far as the deal with the one you said, the mixing of the races. Okay. Now, even though that has happened, but to keep it into reality, that's like saying that these original people didn't stop producing children. Now, how does one know? It doesn't say take a DNA test. It goes by your spirit. Your spirit has to bear witness, you know. And of course, it goes down by the seed of the Father. That's how we know. And then, like I said, your spirit have to bear witness that, you know, you are the seed and the children of Israel. You know what I'm saying? A1 brought up something perfect, which he was actually 100% spot on. You know, of course, by my name, like I said, I came up Muslim. I was heavy into Kemet, and then, you know, watching the brother side channel, end up seeing Cap, and I actually I resented him, and I was, you know, I actually talked pretty bad about him until I started looking into things of my own, and as I looked and researched as far as my own, you know, my spirit started to bear witness. Now, there's another scripture called the wheat and the tare. So there's something called to sith. So if you out in the fields and you collecting wheat, you know, there's that valuable barley point that's what you want. Now, when you sift through something, is there not going to be a remnant of something that doesn't belong there? Yes. And like I said, we can use that as far as modern day agriculture. If like I said, let's say if a person sith wheat or a person sith corn, you know, for the most part, the product, the final product that you're looking for is going to be there. But there is going to be that shake, you know, if you want to compare it, like, you know, there is going to be that leftover product, that small leftover remnant that's not supposed to be there. So the thing is, you're not supposed to necessarily dwell on that. You know what I'm saying? Because our duty our duty is to fear the Most High God and keep those commandments. And what you got to do, you have to endure to the end. So nobody is saved and nobody actually knows until the end. But your job is still to, once you come into this truth, is like I said, to fear the Most High God, keep those commandments, and you ain't supposed to, you trace your bloodline as far as you can, and when it stops, don't the scripture don't search upon endless genealogy and have your mind wrapped up so far to where, oh, I can only go back this far. What about this? What about that? You ain't got to look for endless genealogy, genealogy, So you have a certain job and a certain due diligence, to keep them laws, statutes, and commandments, fear God, be a brother unto your brothers and your sisters. So there are certain things that we supposed to do. And guess what? Once that end time comes, once you endure to the end, that's when you're going to get the final answer that you're actually looking for. But you got to endure to the end. If that kind of answer your question, Holly.
Yeah, it put a little perspective on it. I guess I'd just be worried about, like, and this is just how I have to look at the situation. Like, is there first I gotta ask, is there a law about mixing Hebrew blood with other bloodlines?
Yeah. King David, he fell off his throne because of that. He started going into the ways of people that wasn't of his nation, and that was due to, he took wives of another nation. Now, here's the thing here. Let's say,
hold on, Omar, because that was a good answer, because my next, and you might be about to jump into it, but I want to make sure I put this into perspective with you. Now, with that being said, I was brought up a Christian, so I never knew about the Hebrew Israelites. In my come up, there never really was black girls like me. It was always different race girls like me. Black girls always like, Plinch, you like my brother. Like, I was like a brother to, like, and always have been. Like, there's never been like an attraction where a black lady would come up to me and be attracted to me. It's always those. Okay. And so before I even knew about the Hebrew Israelites, I conceived kids with other races. But now that I know about the Hebrew Israelites and what they say about that, how am I supposed to look at my offspring? Now, I think you might have answered it when you said it comes with the heart and the spirit of what you believe in and what you profess. And if you're following the laws, then after that, and you did say it comes from the Father, but what about if there's ladies?
I can explain that. I know exactly what you're doing. So, let's put this into context. So let's say that we got a brother, right? We got a brother, and let's say that he had offspring with somebody that's not of his nation. Now, because that's that's still your seed, and the thing is, that child will still get salvation. Now, look at it also from this standpoint. Now, once, because the thing here's the thing about what we call to repent. So the key factor when you repent is not to keep doing something over, making the same mistakes once you come into the truth. Now, you might still make some of those same mistakes, but you can still find repentance, through Hamashiach. But the thing is, you can't just keep making them over and over and over and over and over again, because actually that would be mocking repentance. So the thing is, the Most High is not finna hold you accountable for something that you did not know. The Most High is not going to hold you accountable for mistakes that you've made before you came into the truth. And I heard this before, like when you watch a lot of these videos, you know, people say, oh, look, that's an Israelite. Look at all those tattoos he got. Yeah, I may have these tattoos, but I got these tattoos when I wasn't in the truth. Now, since I came in the truth, will I continue to get tattoos? Absolutely not. So the Most High is not going to judge you or penalize you for something that you did not know before the truth. Now, once you come into the truth and you got some years up in the truth and you build up your study, you build up your resistance. Now, if you keep making those mistakes over and over again, that's like just saying, let's say you come into the truth, you know what you're supposed to do, and then 2, 3, 4 years after coming into the truth, you go out and you sleep with a white woman. Yeah, you're going to be penalized for that. You are absolutely going to be penalized for it, because now you don't have an excuse. That's just like a child to say, okay, I know my father gave me these certain rules, my mother gave me these rules, but then there's an exception. Oh, well, I did this, so you never told me not to do this or that. And then the father or the parents say, well, now I'm telling you not to do it again. And if you do it again, I'm going to punish you. Now, I'm not going to punish you this time because you didn't know. But now that you know, I'm expecting you to adhere to this rule/law. If you go out there and do it again, I'm warning you, you go out there and you do it again. Now, I could see coming in, like saying like, okay, smoking a cigarette, a brother knew in the truth, you trying to quit, you quit. And then for some strange reason, you pick up a cigarette, you smoke it. Can you still be forgiven? Yes, but you can't be 3, 4 years up in the truth and you keep still making the same mistakes time and time and over again. Because that's basically saying that, you know, Hamashiach Christ, you know, he gave his life for nothing. That's making a mockery of somebody. That's just like saying, let's say, and it's another example. Let's say you have a brother, right? You have a brother, and you commit a crime, but your brother step up and say, man, you know, I know that's my little brother. Man, you know what? I'm gonna step up and just tell him I did it and I'm gonna serve the time. And then you look at your brother like, man, that's you know, that's a real good thing to do. And then hold on, and then your brother goes to serve the time that you're supposed to serve. And then a year later, while your brother's serving time for something that you did, a year later, turn around and you go do the same thing that your brother. Hey, y'all, hold on. I'll be back. I gotta take this call. I'll be back.
I don't know what happened. Omar, I can't hear you no more. Was you finished? Did my computer go out? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Yo. Can anybody hear me? I don't know if you was finished, Omar, if you can hear me, if you still talking. Everybody can hear me, but I can't hear Omar if he talking. Is Omar talking Asiatic? Is Omar anybody? Oh, Omar dropped off. A1, you there? No, they said they can hear me. Because my next question for
What's up?
No, I was just making. I didn't know if Omar his computer must have misfired or something. Because my next question.
Okay, go ahead.
Because my next question to him was go.
You heard me?
You say what?
I'm about to take me a nap.
Oh yeah, you got the handle that.
Okay, man.
Vic, are you still here with me? We're gonna see if Omar gonna pull back up.
If you got something to do, like, it's okay to end it. Like, I know you having stuff to take care of too. Like we've been
Oh
going
no.
hard.
Yeah, no, man, we in the morning. I want to just hear a little bit more about this topic because my next question for Omar was going to be, what if I married that white woman and loved her dearly now, and then I found out about the Hebrew Israelite religion, and I wanted to become a Hebrew Israelite. Is there no way for me to, or do I have to let that family go? Or do I take the kids since they're Hebrew Israelites, and then they know that their mom is has to go to a different place than them? Oh, he left to answer his phone. That's probably a good question. But yeah, man, I really got a concern about that little part right there because there is no way that the bloodlines of the same species would not, could not, or should not mix. There's like I said, there's things going on. Sometimes it don't matter how much you try to court somebody. Some people might not there go Omar back now. Yo,
Hey, can y'all hear me?
yeah, I can hear you now. You dropped
Yeah,
out. I don't know.
no, I had to drop off, man. I had a real important call that I had to take real quick.
Got you.
Yeah. My phone had ring. I couldn't be on the same thing. I'm on a I'm on a panel through my phone. So I just had to take that call real quick. But we good to go. I kind of forgot where I left off at.
I tell you, you said that we was talking about how what you come to recognition of.
Oh yeah. I remember
something.
now.
And my next rebuttal to that, my next question was, what if I'm married to this lady and our kids and stuff, like we happy, but I find out about this? Am I supposed to let that family go? Don't worry.
No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because even though if that's your woman, she's of another nation, you are not supposed to just throw that woman away. She is still your wife. Now, the only thing is there's certain cultural feast days that she just wouldn't be able to attend, like the Passover. So if she's not a daughter of Israel, she wouldn't be allowed to come to the actual feast day. That's just the thing. Yeah, but
so some of the rituals, some of the main rituals, she just won't be able to attend or come to.
Correct. But you are strictly forbidden to just throw that woman away. You cannot do that because that's actually breaking a commandment. You are not supposed to do that. So the thing is, as far as your household, you still maintain your household. You still love that woman. You still protect that woman. If somebody crawled through your window, you still die for that woman. That don't go out the door. That doesn't go out. Those responsibilities don't go out. It's just that feast days like Passover, she just wouldn't be able to attend. The kids can attend them because they're your seed, but it's just certain things like that she just wouldn't be able to attend.
Right now, the thing that I would want her to really attend is heaven with me and our kids. Is she what about the end result of what's really supposed to happen to her race?
Well, the thing is, if she's of another race and she has to do servitude, guess what?
It'll be servitude to me
She
or whatever.
she well, we don't. I'm not gonna necessarily say heaven because we don't believe in that. We're
That's why I
gonna
say, see,
rebel.
give me the,
Yeah, yeah.
give me the,
So
see, that's why I say, because I might
yeah.
have a
So
whole
hold
misconception about
on.
it.
You just what you say what you said again because you just took the words out of my mouth.
I have. That's why I was asking. I might have the wrong misconception about
She's
what's
gonna
supposed
serve
to happen.
you. Listen,
Okay. Oh,
listen.
okay.
She's gonna serve you. She's gonna serve you. So if you know she say
And
you
then
have
her
a house,
family.
yeah,
Oh, that might work out right there. Then her family, they'll serve me, and I won't have to treat them bad. I can treat them just like I love them.
because see this is what people think. People think that now listen. Now, once the kingdom come, there is going to be people that's going to be stiff-necked that don't want to serve. So guess what? If you stiff-neck, it said we're going to go upside their head with a rod of iron. But the thing about it is you would be able to pick up right where you left off at with your wife, because guess what? That's your wife. So guess what? She's going to serve you. She's going to serve you, brother. She wouldn't serve me. She wouldn't serve some other Israelite brother. That wouldn't happen. She's going to specifically serve you and your household.
And then that would
If
make
that
her
make-
family. Then I can invite her family in to be, well, since they suffering the same fate, then they can serve with her.
Yes. Yes.
in a-
Yes. You
nice environment. So I basically just become the
you would be the master. You would be her, and you would be her and her family's master. And guess what?
even if, and I can run it how I want to though.
Yeah. Well, no. You still have to run it according to law. So you still have to adhere to the law, statutes, and the commandments. You would still have to
But
do that.
I would have to
But
make them suffer and stuff.
no.
Oh, okay.
You but because you're gonna run them. So if you want them to suffer, that's up to you. Now, if you don't want them to suffer, that's also up to you. And I would assume, because the questions that you asking me, you wouldn't want them to suffer.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
So
when I,
yeah, so guess what? So they would be under your hand. If you didn't want them to suffer, they wouldn't have to.
Okay, that was my question.
You know, and guess what? As long as they keep in the law, statutes, and commandments, they won't suffer.
So I don't even have to. I can tell them, don't look at me as your master or nothing. We know what this is here. We know who running it. You know who making it. But I ain't your master. I'm just
It's not like every Israelite brother is going to rule with some type of iron fist and just beat the head. See, this is the misconception. The misconception is that the misconception is that just because in the kingdom a person that's not of our nation is going to have to serve. It's not like how they did us. So guess what? We not going to feed them to alligators. We not going to hang them and lynch them. We're not going to take, the ones that's hard headed and don't want to do it. We will crack them over their back with a whip. But guess what? The ones who be like, I don't want to get cracked. Just tell me what I got to do. Do you want me to go build that wall up? I want you to go build a wall. Cool. I'll go build a wall up. They won't be punished. You kind of get what I'm saying. So the thing is for the people that's hard headed and don't want to submit, yeah, they are going to be punished, and it is going to be a hard servitude. But for those who listen and adhere, it's going to be a very light servitude for them, and guess what? I guarantee they enjoy it. They're going to enjoy it.
You think they'll enjoy the servitude? if I got it jumping like I'm jumping, they all might want to come under servitude with me. Would they be able to come under servitude with me?
Well, not you. Well, you can't say I want to be nice to all of them, because it specifically says in the scripture not all of them are going to agree with it. So guess what? Some people that want to be hard, there is going to be pushback, and for the ones that want to do pushback, they're not going to have a choice but to serve, or else what? We gonna go upside their head with a rod of iron, crack them upside their damn head, and force them to do it. They're really necessarily ain't gonna have a choice, because who in the hell gonna want to get their ass beat day in and day out? Nobody wants to really go through that punishment. So at the end of the day, guess what? In the beginning, there is going to be pushback, but once we get in a certain time frame into this time of servitude, guess what? They all, it ain't going to be no get down and lay down, because they're all going to be put in a position to do nothing but obey. And guess what? Once a person obeys, it's going to be beautiful, because guess what? They're going to be fed. They're going to be well fed. They're going to be well clothed. They're going to be taken care of. So it's not like we going to put them in chattel slavery to where they're going to be singing, "Oh Lord," or no, beaten. And guess what? You are not good. Listen, you are not going to be allowed to grape. So just because they forefathers graped us, we ain't see, like I said, it's going to be a different form of servitude / slavery, if you want to call it that. Servitude, bondage. It's not going to be so. It's not going to be as harsh on what they did to us. In the beginning, like I said, in the beginning, yeah, it is going to be tough for those who don't want to listen. For those who are going to be stiff necked. But if you get down and you do what you're told, it's going to be absolute beautiful with you, because it said when God's children are in authority, all the people rejoice. So because we're going to lead, but we're going to lead righteously, they're going to rejoice too. Yeah.
Now, so they go a little more pushback. I know, and believe me, I'm not in any way just trying to. I'm critiquing the view, just in case it starts making sense to me, right? Because if you're telling me that things might be peaceful with the mixed blood that I have in my family now, and my nieces and nephews, and those things, I have to start talking about, like I say, what if a group of people is like, because I don't know, maybe everybody of that said race could be kin, just like everybody of our said race is supposed to be kin. And so if one of the Hebrew Israelites have a different mind than me, right? And he don't like them because his uncle, his daddy, and his grandpa all got done dirty in this life, or in this way we was living. And he deserves to put the foot on them. But these people are kin to my wife, right? And so they say, well, we want to go with this family who's serving this. And then this Hebrew Israelite don't have anybody to follow him. What we do about that then? Does everybody deserve to have a back to, or does everybody deserve to have servitude? Are all of the Hebrew Israelites, if they make it to heaven, then I guess whatever they do would be okay?
Well, and just to shout out, Smashing Idol is correct on a lot of that. I'm seeing you, Smashing Idol, and you're absolutely correct too. So there are going to be certain Israelite brothers that's going to want to be harsh to the other nations that's under them. There is that. There is going to be brothers that is want to be harsh to them. But you still not going to be able to, like I said, there's laws on how to, treat so-called servants and what some people call so-called slave. So you ain't going to be able to, beat somebody to death or unalive them. But if you want to, if you so-called have a flashback of your people getting beat down or something like that, and you want to go out there and take a whip and go across a couple of their backs, you're gonna be allowed to do that. You know what I'm saying? Now, to get the full context of your question, I would have to seek counsel and go ask some of the elders, to further elaborate on that specific question that you do ask. So I don't have all the intricacies and the little tit for tat notions and all the little intricate pieces on actually how that would work. So I would, just being honest, I would have to go get counsel from some of the elders to be able to elaborate on all the small and teeny tiny intricate, pieces on how that's going to actually work.
Right. And I'm sorry that it might feel like it's tit for tat. These are real questions that I have to have.
No. Those are legitimate questions that you're asking. I'm glad you're asking them.
Yeah, man. Because like I said, I want to know. Because I don't know. Maybe this system might be put in place. Because like I said, I understand the woes of the past and people doing things in power structures. We've been talking about those power structures and how they overlap in all aspects of our life, all the way down to is science racist. It all gets back down to bloodlines when you think about it. For me anyway, from my perspective, it just seems that there's a bloodline that's supposed to be the bloodline that's blessed. They're not benefiting now; they will benefit later. You have to endure the now to the later. Once the later gets here, then it's all gonna switch. But by that time, like I said, life has took course and people have unknowingly did things. One of those things is mating with other races before they knew that they wasn't supposed to. One of these things is that, like I said, when it comes to mating, I can't force myself on no woman. So even if I like a black woman, if a black woman don't like me, and no black woman has ever came, like I ain't never tried to mack a black woman. I ain't never tried to mack a woman in my life. All the women that I ever messed with always done mack me. That I've done that on purpose because I've never wanted to be turned down. That's what I always told myself. I never get turned down because I never do it. And so that's what my life has always been. And it ain't never, I've had a couple of black girlfriends. I didn't have kids by them. But for the most part, it's always another race that has liked me. My brothers. Like, it ain't like we choose. I've never just chose the person I'm going to be with because of their race or what they are, how melanated they are or not. It's always been, if you like me and I like you, then that's how I was brought up, that it was supposed to be. I knew it was problems, and people didn't agree with it, but that's just people's personal biases for whatever reasons they are. But then I come to a realization of religion and spirituality and different views that I wasn't brought up in. I was brought up Christianity. And so I had to start looking at these and seeing things. The Hebrew Israelites claim to be the people that I'm the stock of. But by the time that I figured this out, I done already made it with white woman, done married one, got kids, my brothers and them have and stuff. And so where do we go here once we start looking at the whole aspect of the thing? It's said that these people don't have nothing good coming. If I wasn't supposed to mate with them from the first, do I just stop all that love and come over? If no, and then you say that no, then it'll be some way that
it does go back to what I said. You don't stop loving that person. You don't stop caring about them. You don't stop providing for that person. Life goes on, but just don't make that mistake again. And then after you come into that truth, hold on. And then
look at the screen while you're talking. Look at the screen while you're talking too.
Oh, good scripture. Good scripture. So I can elaborate on that. So this is a scripture referring to the beginning of it. So this scripture doesn't dictate once the kingdom is set and we had 144,000, which is going to be the governing body. This scripture is not saying that this is going to happen for an eternity once the 144,000 come into place. This is a scripture referring to once the shit hits the fan. So guess what? Because we got punished as a nation. Did not our little babies get fed to alligators? Did not our little babies get kidnapped and moved from plantation to plantation? Did not our babies get ripped off the mother's tit when the baby was a suckling and never saw its mother or father again? Yes. So this is something that's gonna actually happen. I mean, you would just have to pray to the Most High God that it doesn't happen, to maybe a youngling or some white person that has a baby or a suckling that it don't happen to them. But this is absolutely gonna happen. This is absolutely gonna happen. This is absolutely gonna happen. And like I said, to me. This is hold on. This is the thing here. No matter if you believe in being an Israelite, there's something that hold on. So even if we look at all other cultures, what goes around comes around. What about the yin and the yang? So these are concepts that the majority of people understand. You can't take a group of people for 400, 500 years, and then even before that, beat the hell out of them, feed their kids to alligators, unalive them, do cruel things to a whole people, and expect the person that you call the Most High or your God not to have retribution. I want to see it, because guess what? Any slave that came across on that ship, I guarantee if some people want to call, if you want to channel into your ancestors and ask them, would it be righteous? Because I love them, and I know I got a certain love for these people that, just because they fed our babies to alligators and they unalived our babies and they did all these cruel things, I don't, I do want to have, I don't want it to happen to them. To me, that would be spitting in the face of our ancestors that had to go through that. And I think that they would say, well, guess what? What goes around comes around, yin and yang. And what's the other one? For every action is an equal or opposite reaction. So it even goes into science, what some people want to call science. It even goes into that.
Well, all I gotta say, and that's why I say, and this where it ends for me, because I go against God for my children.
No, no.
Everything. This is where
This
I would have
won't
to part
happen.
that view.
Listen, this wouldn't happen to your children. This right here wouldn't happen to your children.
But it ain't just my child; it's her child too. They're her children too, and she is part of that curse right there.
So are you saying that, like, if it was a child? So let's use this for an example. Let's say if you married a white woman, before you married her, she was married to a white man. She had kids with that white man, to where some of her kids may be pure of that race. Now, this scripture, this won't happen to your kids, but the kids that she did have with that white man that's pure of that race, this is a possibility that this could happen to them. This is a possibility.
Now my children ain't happy. Now my children look at their brothers and sisters and like, dang.
Well, I mean, this is a harsh reality of this is just it is a harsh reality. It is.
Shit, it's, to me, it's just that's why I say once you start asking the questions I'm asking, it just becomes a lot of special pleading for different people who gonna be, but still, and yet still, it's always gonna tie back to how people feeling about what's going on. Like I say, I can ask questions for days, and I don't like asking the questions because the questions only make.
So I get what you're saying, Oli. So let me ask you a question. So are you telling me? So are you telling me that there should be no retribution in blood that's going to be paid? We should just forget about it, let it go, let everybody in, and there should be no retribution for probably the hundreds of millions of innocent people that had to pay with their lives. But we should just let everything go and just move forward with this new kingdom under the Most High God, and there should be no retribution at all. We should just let everything go and be friendly.
Well, Omar, retribution to me then in this sense has no face, because the retribution, if you really want it, is going to cause probably more harm than what was caused first. Now, do people deserve to be, if there's a way that those people who actually did it could be punished, and the people who didn't participate in it, because when they came into time, they seen that it was illogical and incoherent to be doing those things. They even look at their ancestors like, dang, why they doing like that? We didn't have to do that. But yet and still we have to make them, because like I said, where I am right now in life didn't come because I was trying to mate with another race or nothing like that. This just came from growing up in the society that I grew up in. And now to know about a religion that says that I'm the righteous blood of God and I should be doing these things, like I said, it gets incoherent right here. This is where the special plea.
So I got another I got another question for you. So
I bet.
So let's look. See, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at it from your lens. So I'm sure you believe if a person commit a crime, that person just shouldn't be allowed to go without any kind of punishment or repercussions. I'm sure we agree with that, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. The individual person.
So in your eyes, what is the punishment or repercussion that they should suffer?
Say that one more time. what should that individual person
Listen,
suffer?
listen. If a crime or an atrocity happens to a group of people as a whole, and you know what I'm talking about, being unalive, harsh
Right.
punishments,
Right.
harsh conditions,
Right.
and because we believe in justice, we believe that no crime or atrocity should go unpunished, or
Right.
there shouldn't be a repercussion for committing the crime or the atrocity. Because you don't agree with dashing the heads, this scripture here, I'm asking you, what should be the punishment that should be ditched out there? According to Oli, no, you have to come up with a sufficient punishment
Right.
or repercussion. So because you don't agree with this at the bottom, because you don't agree with that, I want to hear, Oli, what is the punishment or repercussion that should be dished out?
Omar, I don't believe that I can answer that question, because when you say punishment, I don't say that the people today that's alive should be punished for the things that their ancestors did. Now, is there a way that
Hold on now, Oli. Hold on. Now, for our little babies, did they do anything wrong? And I know you're gonna say the answer is no. So guess what? Was our little babies held accountable and punished in harsh ways? See,
and that's why I say, in those people, is there a way?
We have to look, and we have to analyze these things.
Well, then analyze this then, Omar.
You basically saying that they should go unpunished.
Omar, analyze this, Omar. Is there a way that your God could punish that person individually who was doing it, who killed the baby?
No, because we didn't get punished individually. Hold on. Did our people get punished individually, or did we get punished as a whole?
They were the individual.
No. Answer my question.
The individual. I said yes. The individual person.
Hold on. Listen,
yes.
Oli. When it was our people getting punished, did they say, "Oh, now that's gonna be a good baby, and that's such a cute baby. You know what? Pull that baby. Don't throw that baby in the alligator mouth." No. They didn't do that. We got punished as a whole. We got punished as a nation.
Omar, I'm gonna ask you one more time. The person that did that, the individual person who was making them choices to kill that baby, can your God punish just that person?
No, they have to pay as a nation. Because we had to hold on. We got put. Hold on. Did we not get punished as a nation?
It was some of those people that was in that nation who
hold on. I got a better question.
Everybody didn't die.
Let's flip the question. Let's flip the question. Let's flip the question. Let's flip the question.
Stop trying to burden shift.
Did we get judged on an individual level, or did we get punished as a whole?
Individual level and a whole.
He correct.
How you look at it.
Listen. I'm gonna give you the benefit. I'm gonna give you the benefit. I'm gonna give. Go ahead, Salaki. Go ahead.
Ask a couple of questions. I ain't got. Hold on. Let me.
You answered all of them.
Yeah, you're right. I just let him pivot like that. You're right. You can't, Omar. I'm not gonna let you
pivoting.
Not answer this question. Can your Almighty God? Because to me, it would seem that even today, when someone does something, we try to punish just that person. If there's a group of them, we'll punish that group of people, but it's just going to be those individuals who are part of it. And it seems to me that God, the God that you're talking about, that's able to do all of this, is powerful enough to say, yeah, these people lived with them people, but they wasn't part of it. And these people had kids, and when they kids grew up, they kids didn't agree with what their ancestors did, even though they was in the walk of life. And I know that God should have the power to punish each individual that did the wrong. There is no logical explanation or reason for me to assume that God couldn't do that and shouldn't do that. Then people gonna tell me that now I'm trying to be in the mind of God and stuff. No, because I took it away. I told you I philosophize when I talk about stuff, because this seems to be the only way you can get to a logical answer without any bias. And the bias is this: everybody shouldn't be punished for what somebody did that they had nothing to do with. Everybody shouldn't benefit from a system.
What about if they reap? What about if they reap the benefits of it?
Then that is that their fault? Should we try to come across a way that we can be paid back once we understand what happened? Yes. Do we have to kill them and put them and make them slaves and stuff? No.
So what's the punishment then, brother? I keep asking you.
Why does there have to be a punishment?
Brother,
Why does there have to be a punishment? If there's punishment, the punishment should be for the people who did it.
It's called
The
justice.
punishment should, then the justice should be
Then
against
you
the
don't
people
believe
who
in
did
justice.
it. The justice should be against the people who did it. That's the ultimate justice.
Believe in
The
justice.
ultimate justice is
Guess
to
what?
get the people
Guess
who
what?
did it.
Guess what?
The
If-
ultimate justice is to get the
if I-
people who
listen,
did it.
Listen. Check this out. The person who commits the atrocity, listen, you got a man, he goes into a house, slaughters everybody in the house, takes the house for his own. And now the man who actually committed the crime, he's gone. But guess what? His kids is in that house. His kids have benefited from business, inherited wealth, inherited money, living off the atrocity that their ancestor committed. And you telling me that they shouldn't face repercussions either? That we should just forget that? So we should just forget that, huh? We should just forget that, right?
That's not
Brother,
what I said,
come
Omar.
on.
That's not what I said, Omar. Okay, I'm trying to come. Can you let me talk for a second now?
What is the formula? What is the formula to the punishment that should be adhered?
I told you I don't
What
agree
is that
with
formula?
punishment because
What does it look like?
the punishment.
Then what does the justice look like?
God, if I'm looking at it,
okay, justice. Let's use a different word. What does justice look like?
I'm trying to tell you what justice looks like. Justice looks like the person who did something should be punished, not anybody else. That's what justice looks like. And God should be able to do that. You saying he shouldn't. That's absurd. That's fucking absurd.
I understand your frustration, Oli. I do understand it. So I'm not acting like so this is what I want to do. I'm not acting like what you saying isn't logical. I'm not acting like what you saying as far as your lens, how you looking at it to be unfair. I understand it. And the reason I understand it, I would take it that you probably have biracial kids or any other brother with biracial kids, black daddy, white mother. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and run with that. So the thing is, Oli, I understand your frustration. I understand where you looking at it not to be fair. But like I said, we had to pay as a nation. We did. We paid as a nation.
Hey, brother, can I say something after you?
Yeah. You next. My bad. I didn't even get to smash. Well, welcome to the stage. Well, Omar.
But no, I just wanted to say that. So now, Oli. So since now, because you deal with onlyism and things like that, I want you. I got a task for you. I want you to write out a formula for retribution for a 500-year period of people that has been downtrodden, put in slavery, unalived, kids ripped from them. I want you to make a formula for retribution and justice that you think would suffice to be a proper punishment or repercussion, knowing that these people have built institutions, have redlined us, built institutions, and built wealth off of the slaves of our backs over a certain amount of centuries. I want you to come up with a formula for retribution that you would fit, and a punishment that you would feel fit that should be handed over to them. You muted out, Oli. You muted out.
Oh, my bad. I'm gonna do you something better than that. I'm gonna show you how to reinstate the dignity of a people, because that's all that's been taken. And I'm gonna give you something so grand that I don't mind if you come over here and start helping me push onlyism, because it's gonna be out of this. In fact, I have the formula already. I have to go in my files and find it, and I will show you that you don't have to hurt anybody for anybody to be reinstated with their dignity. What's up, Smash Idol? Go ahead and get with us.
Hey, for sure. Shalom, Yahweh Akkad, Yahweh alone. All right, so I wanted to say this. Omar wasn't completely wrong about the servant thing, but I do want to clear up something. People need to understand two things. One, if you are a person, period, that believe in like the concept of like you reap what you sow, or karma what goes around come around, you know what I mean? Then we have to, philosophically realize that when the end of this empire becomes such, there has to be another empire that was predominantly probably the underdog of the whole world. They would have a chance. But what people fail to realize is, I believe the big confusion is in between this skin color, where people have adapted into a nation specifies your skin color. And I'm not saying that as in like you could find a white Israelite in it. That is true, but we're talking about genetics as well. When we look actually through the scriptures and we see the patterns of what's going on, there are always examples of who, according to like their father's lineage or whatever, was stated not to mix with certain people, not to do things with certain people. And there is a lineage that fits that when it comes to our people. But this is the thing. Not that I'm, because to be totally honest with you, I personally am a like pro-Israelite type thing, you know what I mean? Pro the nation of Yasharal type thing. Anybody else got to fall in the back. That's totally true. But when we look into the scriptures like Nehemiah and Ezra, you know what I mean? We see the disobedience and basically the reference of, I'm going to do what I want. This is my kids, my family. Not understanding that there's been a plethora of examples where the Most High allowed people to be with other nations, but this was the thing. They were obedient to what the path was. So when we look at like even Ezekiel, right? Some people might look at that and say, well, you see this right here, Ezekiel 47. It say that we gonna be begetting children of, of strangers. I want to set something straight. Just because you see a white skin does not mean that they are Edom. And predominantly, to be honest with you, the reason why all of this occurs like that is because the narrative within the Black Hebrew Israelite community is Esau is a white man. Now, it's a big plethora of reasons why people are correct when they say that, but people need to understand what you see as a white man now, what you think is Edom. Most of them aren't Edom. they're actually Japhetic people mixed with Edom, which would also basically show that they are imperfect in seed in as far as genetic wise. But there comes a time where people need to realize that just as Japheth, Japheth, Shem, and Ham were all melanated men. Once they went certain regions, you got Ham, he given the hot lands, Shem given the hot and the cold, and then Japheth given the cold lands. With that being said, everybody knows the natural organism of creation is brown, dark, black, whatever people want, the dirt, the color of the dirt. So with that being said, it's known and documented, that Japheth himself was dark-skinned person as well. But as he was given those cold climates over, I don't want to put a number on it, we could say thousands of years or whatever. They were not all of them, only a slight a slight percentage of people were starting to natural selection. That's what they call it, go into lighter forms. And with that, we need to understand you still got thousands of years of these people still, or hundreds of years still doing what they're doing and evolving into these other skin forms, but it's only a sector of people, right? And then within the 50 to the 80 AD centuries, you can specifically see that these pale Greek people are ruling, which are Japheth, but they give a seat to someone that seems to be actually basically looking like them, and that is Edom. Not saying that all Edomites are white, but there is a sector and a predominant ruling of people that are. So we need to realize that some of the people, which might be majority or could be less, I'm not Yahweh, I don't know, but these people that are of the other nations that are inside this realm here that are actually ruling, like what we call white and shit. Some people, some of them we look at as Mexican and brown and all these, they are Edomites as well. So the only reason why this thing about some, a nation of people only desiring to be within them own self, it's only because the safety of, having your genetics and your seed actually, manifested into purity. But now I'm gonna say one more thing, and I know I've been talking for a long time, but I'm gonna say this, I'm out of here. When it comes to mixed people, right? Your father is the bloodline of you, right? And when we look at those scriptures where there are other people that have other nations of wives, so their kids are so-called mamzers or whatever, we have to look at the ability, what they had. They had the ability to test the Most High and say, okay, I understand his law. I understand what he's saying. Let me go and make my dues. But instead, they didn't look at other things that happened in scripture. They just say, well, I'm leaving. There were actually Israelites that had mixed children and just was like, I'm leaving. And I understand why. But the thing is, if you know that they're supposed to be following just like you, then you put that into the hands of the Most High. And the only reason why I brought that up, because the brother Ali had brought up a scenario, where he has mixed children, and stuff like that. But you need to understand, just because you got a mixed child and she might be white, that doesn't mean she's an Edomite. They could be Japheth. Japheth was actually prophesied to dwell within the tents of Shem. Just so happened Esau did the vice versa, and he dwelled within the tents of Japheth. You know what I mean? But with that being said, I'm gonna be done. Enough preaching. Peace.
No, there ain't no preaching smash. We get on here and we give our views and how we see things, because it makes people just put things into perspective. When you put it into that perspective, then I guess that's one of the tracks that we'd have to take, find out exactly who's Edom. That's why I say just be hard. And me myself, I would just have to say right now, so we can jump on to something else. that I just would have to disagree with it because, like I said, I'd go to war for my kids and the well-being of them, even if it causes me to have to go to hell or whatever, because it just isn't justice to me, especially when you unknowingly fall in love or create a viable life for you, your kids, and your family, your wife, your mate. I know that there's also, like I said, it ain't that I don't have black kids. I don't. But like I didn't have I didn't have kids with a black woman because, like I said, coming up, and y'all know how courting and things go, it was just always a different race that was attracted to me. I know some black women who are the same thing. They have white husbands and stuff. And these kids and those offsprings and stuff become a different sight when you start looking at who's entitled to retribution or who's supposed to. And then you say, like, it never made sense to me why the single person within Adam and Eve, even the Adam and Eve story, why it couldn't have just been them. But I understand if he would have fixed it then we wouldn't have the story that we have now. And I would never special plead for something and say, well, that's just the way it is, and have my mind set on that, because in the end, it's about who's going to be comfortable or how comfortable you are now with the people that you are with, in your family, in your crew, in your community, in your state, in your nation, in your on your what, like, and atrocities have been committed. If God can make anybody suffer, he should only justifiably make the people who did it suffer. The individual groups of with the individual person, like an actual person who said, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna kill you, you going, I'm gonna whoop your back. God can single out each and every one of them. And to say that he's not gonna do that, and that my kids might have to suffer, or that their mama might have to suffer, and it ain't, and they won't be happy, and that means my kids ain't. Yeah, man, that's where I disagree, and then I'll leave that at that.
But I wanted to say, but can I say this real fast? But you're correct though. You know, once again, we are gonna be, me and you, Ali, when we talk, I'm gonna be dismantling doctrines. So, you know what I mean, maybe people can have a better understanding. Let's get into, you know, this is the thing. People, because of the Western system, have made it about a belief or a religion, or, you know, or a race, you know, but that's not the thing that it's about. When you actually look at the scriptures, there's a genetic thing going on here. And I'm gonna be honest, personally, I don't speak on it like that, you know what I mean? Because there's definitely gonna be Hebrew Israelites that's gonna get triggered. But when I look into the story of Adam and Eve, I don't see some snake with a tree and some apples and oranges and all that tricking her. I see another nation of people communicating with another nation of people about ancient stuff like snake worshiping and other things. I mean, and anybody that's into archaeology, you can look up the what is it? Golki Tepe, Goe. It's in my head. I can't spell it, but it's in my head. I mean, I can't say it, but it's in my head. Goeki.
Go back Lake Tepe.
Yes, that, and that is that is seemed to be predated before or around the time where it's the Adamic period. So that shows right there that there could have been before a whole thing of what this Adam, because once again, we're realizing that every religion or every tradition, they have their own text. They have their own aspect of way of life and how things happen. But when we look into even, I mean, shit, you can go the eons later, Josephus himself states, even though he was a traitor, he stated himself that the Greek and the Roman Empire, they came to pull up on the people in Jerusalem and to tell them about their race and how they felt about they were known for people not to mix with other nations, you know. And I'm looking at the scriptures, and it seems like to me that there's some type of genetic seed, or either it's a genetic seed or spiritual like doctrine seed, but I would just point to genetics, you know what I mean, that's showing like there is a specific seed that the Most High is wanting, that he been established, but man has seen heal to go beyond the boundaries. You know what I mean? And then when you get this person that has infiltrated themselves within many nations, there's not a person on this earth, no matter what nation it is, no matter what country, that don't have a so-called Edomite there in the surface looking like them, while the real Edomite is his whole complexion is in the scripture, but it's not a base around the whole people. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't even take that when people come with this cultish thing like, we gonna beat y'all, we gonna beat them and this and this and it. We don't know that. We don't know who. Our only thing we can know is one thing for a fact, according to the scriptures, Esau hate the Most High. He don't speak his name. He converts his name. He goes everything against it. You know what I mean? So if you had a wife that was comfortable with your lifestyle now, and then you start to see certain things and aspects in the Torah, and you start to, and you like, yeah, okay, this and this, she agreed to it. That show you right there, she don't even have that same genetic form. Like when you actually go into Genesis to Malachi, you start to see how much of a DNA form is actually being embedded from Cain, Seth, all of them. So yeah.
Bet. Yeah. Thank you.
Nah, so because I can tell that this is a heated conversation, and that's why Omar's been specific. I never personally, I never mentioned a color. I mentioned I mentioned bloodlines, and I mentioned going through the seed of the father. So I've been very specific because guess what? The Smashing Idol was right. There's a possibility that maybe she is an Israelite through the blood. I'm not saying that person is or not, but what I'm telling you, Brother Oli, based upon what you told me, I'm pretty sure, based upon off the information that you given me, that you and your family is going to be A-okay, brother. I do feel that in my heart. So I want to clear up something. I do want to say that, brother.
I want to clear up something real fast, Omar.
Thank you, Omar.
You know, because my word is everything. I in no way, shape, or form spoke or said that she could be an Israelite. What I said was, it doesn't mean she has to be Edom, or in that fact, any of the nations that are supposed to be actually judged, because people need to realize not every single nation. It's what 60, 70, 80 nations, I think 70. You know what I mean? Not every nation in the scriptures is spoken to be destroyed. There are specific ones because of the things that they did to the diaspora. You know what I mean? And if people will understand that, then they would know who the enemy is. They would know what to stay away from. You know what I mean? There's literally, like, sometimes I ain't vouching for everybody, but that white dude in the hood, that he claimed, he tell you so much how he don't like them people that look just like him. It could just be genetics that you looking at him. He like, man, he got like the structure. You know what I mean? It possibly he has genetics in him. But all I'm saying is, besides spiritual things, there's also a genetic form that the Most High, you know what I mean, is critiqued about. And just because they white don't mean that they're Esau. And just because they're
agree.
white doesn't mean that they won't be in the
I
kingdom.
agree.
You know what I mean? It just
I
I don't
agree.
even like
I
saying
agree.
kingdom.
No. So smash your idol. I agree. But if you notice, and particularly to what I said, listen, at the end of the day, I'm not finna dwell on that. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna, like I said, fear the Most High God, keep the commandments, and endure to the end. Because guess what? It's a possibility I could be up on that chopping block too. And I'm not throwing that away. So what I'm going to continue to do, I'm going to continue to be obedient and do my best, and I'm going to endure to the end. Because like I said, my place ain't solidified until I make it to the end, and then I'll know. That's also what I'm saying too, brother. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to turn this into a religious thing, so I'm gonna let them have their thing, you know what I mean? I
No,
just wanted to
for
bring
sure,
my
for
little
sure,
part
for
in there.
sure, for sure, for sure, for sure, for sure. I get what you're saying, but I didn't want to make it seem like,
Oh, OTK, come up
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Don't speak to
yeah,
me,
we need
OTK.
OTK up here. But no, I just wanted to be direct with, I just wanted to be direct with my brother Oli. You know what I'm saying? Telling him, you know what I'm saying? My job is not to judge or anything like that. My job is still to love that brother. You know what I'm saying? And not to put his family down. Love my brother like I love myself. To love his family like I love myself. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, based upon what he's telling me, he's in the clear. And I truly believe that in my heart. You know what I'm saying? You know?
Thank you, Omar. I appreciate that, and I appreciate the conversation we having. Just nice dialogue, and like I say, everybody has views that touch on points that need to be touched on. My view isn't everybody's. Omar's view isn't everybody's, and we all just trying to figure it out. That's why I love these conversations. Um, Smashing Idol came up. Vicar ain't came back yet. He ain't talked to. He ain't said nothing. Vicar, you there? Vicar might not be there then. OTK, they requesting you to the stage.
I know I was just shouting bro out, you know what I mean?
Oh, okay. But yeah, Smash, thank you for coming up, man. So you all doing all right today?
Yeah, honey, for sure, bro. I'm chilling. I just listen to y'all conversation. It's crazy because I don't know, I must have had bad Wi-Fi or something, but y'all had cut off my phone, so I thought y'all ended it. And then I wanted to go back on YouTube. I see y'all the moment I pressed that mug, I heard Omar saying servitude. I'm like, what the hell is they on?
A1 had asked Oli to cut the stream because I think it went over the time, like over 10 or 12 hours or something like that. So what A1 did, what A1 did, it didn't cut us off that was on the panel. For everybody that was in the chat, it cut y'all off because he had to restart the stream. So that's why I did that.
Okay. Yeah.
So if you wasn't on the actual panel, because they ended the stream, it automatically kicks you out the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Honey.
Oli, yeah, he did that ask Oli to start a new one.
For sure. Yeah, you know what I mean? So one thing I want to clear up is don't let nobody trick you people into thinking like it's based on like this color thing, because it's not color, it's genetics that's based off of. You got people that are, you know, of Japhetic descent, you know, Hamitic descent, that they have they might have different phenotypes, but they got the same genetics in a way. You know what I mean? You look at people up the colder parts of Africa, they get lighter. Same thing with the dark ones. You know what I mean? They stay dark. So I wouldn't be too much flamed in that. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like the New Testament at all. But there's one thing that it said though that make me feel like they put that there for a gem to other people. And it's when they talk about when they say those that are led by the Spirit of God is the sons of God. Even though once again I don't take you'll never hear me probably bring that up ever again. But when we talk about this topic, that's how I see it as far as people that want to cleave to the house of Yasharal. Some people might not know that they're Yasharal, but they wind up claiming that they're cleavers, you know, and then they have a specific spot. So I wouldn't allow people to interpret scripture for you and say, you see, all of these camps and all of these doctrines say this. I would just get to the source myself and go to the language, you know what I mean, to see what's the specifics. We'll go and see, okay, at this time frame, this seemed to happen, and this wasn't right. So another seed was born. This happened, and you know what I mean. Keep it going.
Yeah. What y'all I know y'all Hebrews. What y'all think about the book of Hebrews in the New Testament? I've been wanting to go over that again and refresh my memory on what. I don't know whose epistle was Hebrews. I got to go back through there and see who actually wrote it.
Now, you said the wrong word. You said Hebrews. You do know Ishmael was a Hebrew, right? Edom is a Hebrew. There's many Hebrews. They come from the line of Shem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's another gaslight, a COINTELPRO thing that you hear. And then they put the book of Hebrews in the New Testament, but it say it's a Greek book. You know what I mean? I make it make sense.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying. Let's talk about it. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you already know you already know my opinion. I already just told you. I don't believe.
Can you expound a little bit more though, so we can? Because like I don't know. Let me see how. I need to read it again. I'm probably gonna.
I'm trying to get away from you
because do you know who wrote this epistle? It ain't on here.
Oh damn, my bad. I'm on mute.
Do you know who wrote Hebrew? Was this one of Paul's epistles?
I think I think he wrote Paul too. You gotta ask Omar and no, I don't think Vicar. Yeah, no, you gotta ask Omar because he more in pound with the Paul stuff. But I think he did. I think he wrote majority of the New Testament. To be honest.
Okay.
Hey, but no, look, wait, I already see the gaslight. You're not finna get me and this brother started. No,
I'm not, don't do that. I wanted to talk to y'all about. I got my Bible right here. I wanted to talk to y'all about the book of Hebrews and just what y'all thought about it. Like, because if Paul wrote this to a church that consisted of Hebrews or a community of Hebrews. Do we agree on that? Because most of the books in the New Testament, especially the letters to the churches, are just that, right? Letters to churches, different communities of churches. And he was writing the epistles to these different churches: Romans, Corinthians, Acts. Philemon got a book, but Colossians, you know what I'm saying? These was different churches. And within these people that was believing in Jesus Christ, you still had factions. And so in the epistles, it's trying to get everybody together and tell them that it don't matter who you with or nothing. Each church should still be worshiping Jesus, and Jesus should be the main head of what you worship. And so the Hebrews Do you when I see that, I believe that he's writing a letter to the Hebrews, which would be the Hebrew Israelites. Is that how y'all look at Hebrews?
You gotta ask Omar. You already know I don't believe in that dumbass book.
No, you don't believe in none of the New Testament, huh?
Yes, Smashing Idol was an Old Testament. He's an Old Testament brother.
Matter of fact, I think you only go to Malachi. Ain't that what you said?
Now you can go to Malachi, and it's gonna tell you he don't change, and then you really gonna have a problem, because then you gonna after that you got to go to the New Testament to make anything else make sense.
And that's why you stop at Malachi, right? Ain't that's you told me that the other day, I believe. So Omar didn't like you said. Then you got to talk to me about that. What you think about is Hebrews to the Hebrews?
Well, here's the thing. The whole biblical story is to the Israelites and only to the Israelites. Because
the Old Testament or the New Testament or the whole
both. Okay. Both.
So when he writing to these other churches, he's writing to the Hebrews within those communities.
Correct, but because remember, the Israelites were scattered. It specifically tells you that in the scripture, the Israelites were scattered across the four corners. The Israelites were scattered into just about damn near all nations.
Right. So when well, I'm gonna let you finish your thought. You might have been finished.
No. Go ahead, brother. No, I'll finish my thought.
With that being said, all nations, the four corners, that would be each and every nation, even still right now today, should have Hebrews.
Yeah, I agree. This is what I want to tell you. I'm not speaking. So even when you hear brothers like Tazariak and me, how we talk about, okay, stinking Africans, there is a remnant of Israel that is still in Africa right now. There's a remnant of Israelites still in Asia right now. There's a remnant of Israelites still in Europe right now.
They took us everywhere. Or they took them everywhere.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Damn near every nation had us in servitude.
Hold on, Omar. Let me finish this one off real fast, right? Because I already know. I believe I know where we're going. You need to understand, every person that was in West Africa that claim that they are part of the Deuteronomy 28, Leviticus 26 diaspora, every person that came out of there weren't the whole 12 tribes of Israel. When you go back through timelines in the history, like maybe the papyrus, the Elephantine papyrus, or you look back at that 333 BC, the Issus battle and stuff like that, you'll see that at certain times where they got attacked and then they winded up, a remnant of them would go and scatter off to one side and then other side. So when you get into West Africa, most of the Mendinka, the Mali, people of the Gold Coast, even Timbuktu, even though it's on the whole other side, those are Israelite people that had ran from exile and other nations way before they even got caught in West Africa. So that's why it was so easy for, by the time 70 AD-ish, we dealing with Western timeline, so we don't know their little actual thing, but they're just giving their little aspect of it. We know by that time, only a small remnant of the house of Yahweh or Judah, the northern kingdom, or my bad, were actually in that land.
No, Southern kingdom.
Southern
Judah,
Kingdom.
Judah,
Yes,
yeah,
right. Yes.
Judah was in the southern kingdom.
Yeah. I didn't say something. I think my mic cut off. Yeah, the Southern Kingdom. You know what I mean? They were inside that land. So when you get to that part right there, they already scattered. They already scattered in other lands, and not to mention the Northern Kingdom. Hundreds and maybe even hundreds of years before that, they already went into the Assyrian. That's why when you go and read your biblical lexicon text, you see the Assyrian script in there, because that is the script that it's dated through history that the Jews acquired. I mean, they adapted and they dropped their native language.
Got you. We got a question from the chat. Said, does not the four corners refer to the Levant as stated? That's probably stated in Numbers 34. I don't know too much about that. Omar, Smash, y'all want to take that?
Hold on, let me go to the comment. I don't even. What's about some? Yeah, go ahead. You get some. What to say? Does not the four corners refer to the Levant as stated in Numbers 34? There's Israelites right now in the Levant. You cut down, EJ. You literally cut down. You can go to, what was that, like after 1960 or something like that, when Ben Amin did all of them people, they little idolaters, but they decided they wanted to go up into Israel and over there by the Levant and the Des Moines, all of that. So you just cut your own self. You just a person that don't understand. I see you over there on Rage's Tomato running your mouth and stuff. You don't never know what you're talking about. Holla. I told y'all, I'm not the dude.
I don't know. Was he asking a question, or you think he was stating that it's?
No, he was trying to be funny. You gotta be very analytical with these people.
I got you. Well, me looking at the question, I seriously want.
I want to answer him too. I want to answer this dude. I seriously
want to know the question. That's a good question.
So
please, thank you.
So what EJ 300K, what he got to understand is there's 12 tribes. Now, after, I think it was either after the Babylonian or it was either after the Babylonian or the Assyrian captivity. The northern, a lot of the northern tribes, because remember, Israel was split. A lot of them went into the Babylonian and the Assyrian captivity. I forgot after which one, but they went into the land of Azareth. It was which we call, which I don't know about Smash or Idol, but as far as what we would call nowadays America. So it wasn't specifically talking about the Levant, because Reuben, Simeon, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Issachar, Zebulun, Ephraim, and Manasseh went over into the land of Azareth that they said, which was way across the sea, which we call, as far as the kind of Israelite brother I am, which we would call nowadays North America, Central America, South America. They went. So that was after I forgot, it was either the Assyrian or the Babylonian captivity. So that's considered as a corner too. So it just doesn't refer to the Levant, brother. So that little face with the emoji with the dude looking up with his hand on his chin. You I mean, I don't know if you was trying to be facetious, but like the brother Smash or Idol said, you try again, brother.
Yeah, try again. Hey, look, I'm about to slaughter him. Yeah, I told y'all. I'm telling y'all, bro. Hey, listen, man. Y'all better buckle up, bro. Hey, look, check this out. So, just to even cut him even more, right? Now, most people don't even realize 70 AD, or the pronounced, I should say, the pronounced 70 CE or whatever, 68 CE or all of that, from whatever time frame they want to start to the migration of the Israelites in the West Africa part, especially the Gold Coast area. That was hundreds and thousands. That was hundreds, maybe even thousands of years after these people already took over. Stating, showing right there, the people that had infiltrated into the Greek system that had already, after at least, we're gonna give a rough estimate of, maybe 10 to 30,000 years, had some of them had migrated with. And we're talking about Kittim. I know you know who Kittim is, and I know you know who Kittim, who is Rome, and then you have Javan, who is the father of the Greeks, right? Those people themselves already came into the northern atmosphere, not mixing, but that natural selection stuff basically going on, until the point where you got Greek pale people, and then out of nowhere after 70 AD, when you go and read, if this for all you people that saying that Esau is some black dude holding the strings in the back, right? If that's the case, then how? Yesharia, Shakwa Bakwesha. So, hold on.
Take your time. Take your time.
My bad. Yeah, my daughter. My bad. She's just throwing me off. Sheesh, girl. So basically, long story short, these Greeks and all of those people that you wind up seeing through history that wind up running the Levant, just like that's just stated as in Numbers 24 and 24, right? Those are the same people that winds up coming over, dwelling in the tents of Shem. They take over the tents of Shem, and then they go and allow this Edomite, who is King Herod. So y'all got to realize, they're speaking on, when they talk about the New Testament and King Herod, he has to line up and be after your JC in order for him to be real, unless this guy was there and it stated in history that Herod the Idumean was given rulership over the land of Judea. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I forgot the whole, man, damn, I forgot, bro. She threw me off, my bad.
No, you good, brother. You good. But yeah, though, I don't mind more questions. I can have a good conversation with my Israelite brother. Even if he is an Old Testament brother, I still respect it. I still hold value and weight, to my belief, and if he holds value and weight, to Old Testament, I'm not gonna put the brother down, be disrespectful to the brother. We still share a lot in common, though. We still share, a lot in common, even though we may have some discrepancies as far as Bible, but I can tell he's a good brother to where we can duke it out and discuss it without slandering or without cussing each other out and calling each other dummies or whatever. It always
for sure, but I don't like your idol, though. I'm gonna be honest with you.
And that's cool. That's cool. I got thick skin, brother. So I take that criticism with a grain of salt. I got thick skin over here. You know what I'm saying? You definitely you entitled to that, brother. Ain't no sweat.
Oh yeah, we was on EJ. That's what we was on. You know what I mean? He over there tweaking and stuff. But even though I forgot what I said, I basically proved my point to him. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then he goes, their world was contained by the Mediterranean Sea to the west. Okay, why is it historically proven through Cyrus and all of these other people, you know what I mean, that they had the Israelites all over this mug? It's not me saying this. You got the greats, or your so-called greats, you know what I mean? They specifically write stuff like these people from the West African, from these places, they migrated here They wasn't even from here. So if you saying the so-called world ends of the earth was just a Levantine, why did they wind up all the way over there in West Africa? And you can't even, and that's where the marks stop at. Didn't they call? Don't they got a thing that's Omar, that's called like a door of return in West Africa?
Yes.
Okay, then. So that's the end. That's the end where you're gonna find us. You know why? Because we've been doing this. Our people been being rebellious, been trying to run from the Most High, been trying to grasp on the other people and their cultures, been trying to mix in with these other people when there's a specific genetic seed, a holy seed, Quadas Zayar, that's supposed to be established. Barah. But anyway, y'all got it.
Yeah, so that just kind of defeats EJ 3000K, his whole point, because last time I recall, the interiors of Africa and West Africa ain't considered the Levantine area, so he's washed right there.
Yeah, he could, bro.
Okay.
Let's read this. Their world was contained by the Mediterranean Sea to the west, the Egyptian desert and Sinai to the south, Assyria and the Levantine mountains to the north, and the Arabian desert to the east.
And
Yo,
then he
this guy.
outside of that, and then he says that this right after that, outside of that was regarded as the ends of the world.
Tell him to find Quat Iratazah in the Torah. From matter of fact, I'll expand it. Genesis, Malachi, and it's nowhere going to say anything that he's saying is pertaining to the Israelites. Those words, the end of the earth or end of the world, don't have those words. He's reading in English, the ends of the world. He's not going to find Quat Iratazah. He's not. And not as far as his English perception of scattered around the four, whatever he's trying to build, that's not even going to work, because where was Esau at these times? Huh? Where was Japheth at these times? So you're not going to tell me that the whole, because let's remember one thing, that so-called Middle East, it's not there's no such thing as a Middle East. You know what I mean? When you actually look at it, it's closer to Africa than what people think it is. Right? So you're telling me when the Table of Nations was started, they started at a specific point, they were landed at a certain point, and they were given authority from a certain point. You mean to tell me Japheth got a certain part of ends of the earth, Ham got a certain parts of the ends of the earth, and Shem got a certain parts of ends of the earth? Y'all got to stop trying to play semantic games, bro. That don't even make sense, bro. So you see what I'm saying? So y'all got to stop that, bro. That is foolishness.
I think he talking to EJ 300K. I think that's Ewok.
Yeah, that's who I was talking to. He annoying, bro. He always, him and it's an old account dude and some other dude. They always in the comment section saying the most dumbest stuff and saying incomplete sentences, bro. But he don't. But if you see him on Raging Tomato and him commenting, he, you know what I mean, he delivered correct sentences and all of that. Like, you a troll over here. Low key, boy, don't make me expose you.
If that's who I think it was, he was actually a judge over here. I think that's Ewok. I don't know. I could be wrong.
No.
This man say, no, that ain't him. I know.
Nah.
But yeah, man, that's some good discourse today, man. I thank y'all for that. And remember, we we definitely starting to like it when people come up and review the videos and have something. Everybody on the panel, if you go back and watch this and see something you want to speak on or didn't speak on, anybody in the chat, you can go speak on it. Just please be cordial. I ain't trying to talk about nobody's personal nothing. These are just ideas. And remember, if you do, you might put together a team to come annihilate your character for acting in an undesired manner. Smashing Idol, Omar, Vicar, I don't know. Shout out to Marty. I've been seeing you in the chat too all morning, Marty. I just ain't got to you because you ain't been really doing nothing but just asking some questions and seem like you've been getting them answered, making some statements. Ewok said not correct sentences. I think he trying to bet on how you say it. But
he just said I gotta chill. I'm just saying, bro, I am not the person you're playing with, bro. You know how many people, you know how many scoffers and people I didn't, you know what I mean, encountered and they little passive, I just got a question thing, bro. I didn't learn how to just get directly to the particle of it all, bro. That's how we started. Y'all talking about a creator, let's start there. Let's start at the particle, let's break it all down.
Let's get all the way there, huh? That's how you do it, man. You get to the thick of it. We're trying to get to the bottom of things if we have questions. And sometimes people have answers. If you don't like them answers, sometimes it's a so what. Because some of those answers are what they call objective. And then we have some subjective answers, and everybody always have a right to their own opinion with those things. We love that too. And it's just wonderful discourse. He said, "Your time will come."
You know, we got to pay homage to the scoffers though too, because I'm gonna tell you like this: scoffers is a good way to sharpen your sword with scripture, because you know because it was crazy when I first came into the truth. You know, I got asked a lot of questions. Thank you. Sharpen that thing. Sharpen it up, baby. You know what I'm talking about? Because the crazy thing is,
Proverbs 27:17, baby.
You already know when I came into the truth, I got asked some questions that I didn't know the answer to, and I was like, damn, that's a good question. So you know what I started doing? Whenever I went to scripture breakdown, and you know and I wrote those down, and I could ask questions in scripture breakdown. I could ask the questions, and then I can go back, review the scriptures, and get a true understanding. So because of scoffers and non-believers has allowed me to really sharpen my sword up and to really dive into the scriptures. That way I'm prepared. And there's still some script that, I don't necessarily, because like I said, I'm kind of new. I'm probably maybe about three and a half, maybe 4 years in the truth, man. So, but I do spend a lot of time, like I said, with scriptures. I attend class, and I do ask a lot of questions. So, shout out to the scoffers, because you allow brothers like, me and Idol to, just, sharpen it up, and in that way, we can give an answer. We went right to the scripture. We was precise. Now, you may not agree with the answer, but we didn't stumble around talking about some, hold on, give me a minute, man. Give me 5 minutes, man. Give me 10 minutes, man. Look, let me look something up right quick. Nah, we didn't do that. We went right to knowledge, and we went right to the scriptures, and we didn't need a whole lot of time of, hold on, man, let me mute out, man. Let me go look for it. Nah, we didn't do that.
So I got a question for people, you know what I mean? Like, honestly, ask yourself this. You ain't got to type it in chat. You ain't got to answer it. But the question is, like, what do you do when you're not only presented scripture, but you are presented history as well from other nations to explicitly state these biblical characters that you so much hate? What do you do when you have other nations of people specifically stating that these people right here have the traditions of people that we no longer see in the land, but there is a people out there spewing that they are. What do you do with that information? Do you still say, no, this scholar is lying, this person is lying, when your whole premises is based on not textually the scriptures, but other people, your oppressors' information? What do you do when a person is able to back up one information with the other? What do you guys do? Do you be a man and say, wow, I've been wrong? Now, it might be certain things that I still think of, but this right here is correct. We are those people that were prophesied to be here and here and here. Or do you just run off with it and say, I don't believe that foolishness? It's still, even though I depend on the white man to give me sources to prove the Bible wrong, there are white men in other nations backing it up. Then what do you do? Oh, is that when you go, I'm an Indian, we worship mother? That was just a question to the open, you know.
Shout out if anybody want to come up and answer that. Say just, or you can answer it in your minds. I know he probably was just giving a thought experiment. If that's how you look at it. But yeah, man, it's been a real good conversation today. It's a real good interaction. Like I said, I appreciate y'all coming up. This stream, this new one, been going on for about 3 hours, and I'm about to have to make a run to go, you know, my afternoon runs of picking people up and dropping them off. Omar Smasher Idol. Vicar, you still ain't? Let's see if we can't get Vicar in here. Vicar, is you in there?
I'd probably somewhere making a TikTok or something. Hey, shout out to my Ak Vakar, man. He, you know what I mean? He be supporting.
Oh, it's Vakar. Vakar. I've been saying Vicar the whole time. It's Vakar. I apologize for slaughtering your name like that, Vakar. Smash, you want to go ahead and end it first? Because I know Omar probably, he been here a little longer. He probably got a little bit more to say.
Oh, nah, you know what I mean? I ain't coming to do nothing but just, you know, just build with brothers a little bit. You know what I mean? Peace out to the family. You know what I mean? See y'all in the next round. Catch me if you can, but I ain't too far from you. Smash an idol.
Yeah.
Omar. Shalom. Thanks for smashing in, brother. Shalom, brother. Appreciate you coming through, man. Nah, man. Ooh, it's been a long night for me. I think I've been on here. I think probably a good maybe 8 hours or something like that, man. Man, you know what I'm saying? Nah, man, I appreciate the dialogue. You know what I'm saying? Because my original reason was coming on was to shout out Brother Herc. To shout out Brother Hercules. That was my original reason for coming on, to big him up on his presentation, and to let him know that I was up in there, supporting the brother. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I didn't come in there to tear the brother down. Like I said, I really enjoyed his presentation. I think it was pretty solid for the most part. So my original reason was to come in and to get that brother love and respect. Because I know he probably put some time in and put some hard work in to putting together that presentation. So that was my original reason. And then of course, here come all the questions and things like that. I don't mind answering them. So I enjoyed it, man. I really did, man. It was dope, man. It was good. So if you go make your rounds whenever you get back, if I get the alert if you want to start something else up, and if people want to switch because I'm off work today. I'm off. So I got a lot of time on my hands today. So that's why I was kind of up. Yeah, that's why I was kind of up late because Norm, if I'm off, if I hop on late at night and I go in for a long amount of time like that, especially at nighttime and, and to the AM, so man, I'm off, when you're done handling your business, Oli, if you want to come back on and, brothers want to, switch the topic, talk about something else, I'm more than happy to, to kind of jump back on and, we can dialogue and talk about something else. But, once again, man, respect to the brother A1 for giving us the unbiased platform. More importantly, giving us the voice to speak, to voice our opinions. Big shout out and much love to my brother Oli, man. Spitting that onlyism. And remember, don't ever knock it until you read that brother's information to have something to knock. Do the brother justice. You know what I'm saying? Because that's a good brother. That's a good brother, man. Definitely a good brother. Shout out to everybody in the chat too. Even though sometimes we got scoffers or people that don't agree, much love and respect to y'all too. Because without y'all having these tough questions, how can a person ever sharpen sharpen their sword to just be prepared to answer all questions, and and even to if a brother don't have an answer, I'm always honest to say I don't know, or I'll go ask. So man, shout out to everybody and much love, man. So I get the alert if you start it back up, and like I said, we can dialogue about something else, whenever you're done handling your business, Oli. But much love to you too, brother, man. I love you, brother Oli.
Gotcha. I love you too, my guy. Shout out to the chat. I want to say I will be back on. Today is Monday, and I usually run my Know the Ledge. We've been having some good dialogue today, though, so I might just find another topic to talk about. Israel Rising ended up showing up. I don't know how long you came in. Shout out EJ300K. He was very active in the chat, and everybody else. Israel Rising 888. If you're just showing up, you missed it, so you might want to go back and watch it. And everybody can go back, make sure you take a look at it. And remember, right now we got a lot of things going, so I'm gonna go ahead and end the show with a little bit of
Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1. The arena is opening once again, and only the strongest minds will survive. After an unforgettable first tournament, Pandemus the African Atheist fought through the battlefield of ideas and walked away with $500 in cash. But that was then. This time we're raising the stakes. $1,000, one champion, one title, one chance to prove you're the greatest debater in the league. This isn't social media arguing. This isn't trolling in the comments. This is intellectual warfare, where evidence is your weapon, logic is your shield, and every round is a fight for survival. New challengers are stepping into the arena. Veteran fan favorites are returning. Egos will fall, legends will rise. The question is, do you have what it takes to survive the Coliseum? We still have a few tournament spots available. Think you belong among the Titans? Message TitansDebateLeague@gmail.com and claim your place before the gates close. Coliseum of Arguments presents Titans Debate League, Clash of the Titans 1.1, where great minds don't just debate, they go to war. Are you not entertained?
And as I told you, I got Mondays, Tuesdays we got.
Are you tired of the same old echo chambers? Ready to stretch your mind to places it's never been before? Welcome to the ultimate intellectual battleground on the Coliseum of Arguments Network. It's time to step inside the cave of knowledge. Welcoming your host, Humble Mystic, every Tuesday. We're bridging the gap between the ancient world and the modern landscape. From the deep esoteric wisdom of ancient Kemet to a grounded naturalist view of our world today, no topic is off limits. We're dissecting philosophy, breaking down ancient civilizations, and clashing over modern day politics every Tuesday. This isn't just a lecture, it's a debate. A powerhouse arena where your voice matters. A premier space to step up, voice your opinions, and challenge your perspective with the sharpest minds around. If you love real, raw, intellectual fire, this is the show for you. Elevate your mind, bring your arguments. Subscribe to the Cave of Knowledge with Humble Mystic today. New episodes drop every Tuesday on Coliseum of Arguments. Step into the cave if you think you can handle the truth. Titans Debate League.
Yeah, that's humble. And then Wednesdays, we still looking for people. So
Amazing news. At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the site.
now you got to do to help us with that is get in touch with my man's A1, leader of the Team Titans. And then that's on Wednesdays. Like I said, we have open. Of course, we'll still be doing something because we still got Titans who got info. But on Thursdays, we have
History isn't just written by the victors. It's buried under layers of tradition, bias, and comfortable assumptions. But what happens when you strip away the tradition and let the evidence speak for itself? Welcome to the front lines of historical analysis with your host, Ben Eaton. Join us at the Coliseum of Arguments for Data Over Dogma. Every Thursday, we are pushing past the mainstream noise to examine the most respected scholarly research on ancient civilizations. This isn't about defending comfortable narratives. It's about high-level scholarship. We decode the actual data to see history entirely through the eyes of the people who lived it. For the students, the scholars, and the independent thinkers ready for radical, objective challenge to the status quo, prepare to have your perspective tested every single week. Leave your assumptions at the door. It's time to choose dogma or the data. Subscribe to Data Over Dogma with Ben Eaton today. New episodes drop every Thursday exclusively on Coliseum of Arguments. Titans Debate League. Only the brave speak here.
Yeah, man. And so that's what we got going on. Shout out to all my Titans that's fighting to be enlightened. Remember to watch for the snakes that's striking and the dogs that's biting. They out there deep. I'd like to thank everybody again for your support. And the last commercial I got for you.
Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
My heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. Yeah, my heart is bleeding in a pool of blood, I'm drowning. I look in the mirror now.
Yeah, man. So again, thank you. Let me see if A1 might be up. A1? No, he ain't. So yeah, man, we're gonna have to go on and end this. Like I said, I'll be back later with another show, Know the Ledge, or we'll do in my opinion, to make sure we keep the conversations going. And make sure you join us. Yeah, man. Like, share, subscribe. Go back, take a look at some of the old videos, find some information. And if you want to come up in a discourse about it, that's what we do here. Remember, we do got our sister channel, and we bring in new content with information from other people, letting them get theirs out. Shout out everybody, and we'll catch you later.